Blackline Brief starts now.
What is up, everybody? Happy Thursday. Welcome to another episode of the Blackline Brief. I am your host, Matthew McKim, and today I have three very special guests. Most of them need no introduction. They've been on the show before. We have Mitch Snow. How you doing, Mitch? You're muted.
You're muted, Matt.
How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Good.
Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you for coming. We have Matthew Tucciarone. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are you, Matt?
I'm doing good. And
Awesome.
For the first time on this show, but she actually is big on X and has been working behind the scenes a lot with Mitch Snow and me and Matthew Tucciarone. She's done amazing work. She's known on X as Honest Ash. How you doing, Ash?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Good. I'm not going to lie. I think we all probably were feeling the excitement for this show. Super excited to be here. So,
And it just got better.
I know.
What happened? Are you guys talking about Stu Peters?
Yeah, let's start out with that.
Wow. Did he have a show today? Was he on? Was he on today?
No, nothing big. It was
I
nothing.
didn't know he was playing today.
Ash, do you want to tell it since you brought it to my attention? You actually found it.
Of course, I don't miss Stu, and if y'all miss Stu, you are missing out. I think his show is probably the most explosive of the day. I know we have our lineup that we follow through. So, apparently JD Vance's chief of staff was Google image searched September 8th at Fort Huachuca, whatever we want to call it, Fort Banana.
Some fort in Arizona.
And then we have Brian Harple in his live with Sean Ryan saying that he was at the hospital with JD Vance on the phone with his chief of staff.
Yep.
And Stu, he's putting it together with data because actually what happened, we all know that they were completely wiping the Google trend searches.
Yep.
Image searches.
Yep.
Well, his name was spelled like it sounds, not how it was actually spelled. So they missed it when they were wiping the Google trends.
No way.
Wait.
Okay, that's just like God's working things out for us.
I'm freaking out. Not a big deal.
Well, we should start with that. Why don't we play the clip that we got pulled up so we can give everybody some context, right? So on the Stu Peters show today that just ended right before we came on, Stu Peters was discussing Google search trends in Fort Huachuca and JD Vance's chief of staff. And it came up, like he played a clip of Brian Harple on the Sean Ryan show. And, Brian Harple actually says while at the hospital, his chief of JD Vance is on the phone and his chief of staff is next to him. And so let's play the clip from Stu Peters. I think I need to back it up just a little bit because we were watching it. We'll start here.
Charlie Kirk's dead body. So I want you to watch this and just listen very closely to what Brian Harple says here.
I can't remember who it was, but I knew. I was like, we're not going to turn this into some JFK. I specifically asked one of the doctors, I don't know, I remember what she looked like, dark skin, like dark hair, probably 35, 40 years old. I said, how long until we can get an autopsy? And I remember her saying a day and a half. And I was like, oh. And so, I mean, she's the boss of that. That's just information. And so I remember I was like, man, that's a long time. We need to get this autopsy done and done right so that there's not some conspiracy. So, I mean, you're starting to think forward to that. And so I remember I was standing next to the chief of staff and the vice president called. And the vice president asked him, what do you need? And then he looked at me and said, what do we need? And I said, we need an autopsy now. So for these people that are saying there wasn't one done, go away. It was done. Do it for you. Yeah. Get the report when it comes out. It was done. It was done. Yeah. In the the OR doc released statements regarding, and there has been statements regarding the bullet and the travel.
I'm going to let Stu say what he's got to say. Well, he paused it. I didn't hit pause.
I mean, that's news to me. That's news to the entire world, actually. Which is exactly why it seems that Brian Harpole tried to gaslight everyone out there who has heard from members of Turning Point USA themselves that there was no autopsy of Charlie Kirk. We all heard the police radio traffic. It was determined, according to Andrew Colvett, that Charlie Kirk had neck bones of steel. And then his body was loaded onto Air Force Two and taken away, flying around the country with the Vice President of the United States, never to be seen again. But that's not what Brian Harpole says. He says that there was an autopsy. Now, we'll never know what J.D. Vance truly said when he made that phone call to Utah, but whatever it was, it's clear that it ended in J.D. Vance taking custody of Charlie Kirk's body, autopsy or no autopsy. J.D. Vance ran the disposal job. He had to get his hands dirty, which only makes sense when you consider that Charlie Kirk was once believed to be J.D. Vance's future vice presidential running mate. You know, Vance Kirk 2028, that was the ticket. That was what was in the pipeline for these actors until Charlie Kirk went sour on Israel.
100%.
When he started flipping the tables on the Jews and telling Jewish donors to go to hell and saying that he was going to be forced to leave the pro-Israel cause. Then he became a threat. He became a threat to Peter Thiel.
Yep.
He became a threat to Miriam Adelson.
Yep.
He became a threat to all of the kingmakers from Silicon Valley to Tel Aviv who set J.D. Vance up as their successor to Donald Trump. He is their hand-picked stooge to finish what Trump has started here, the consolidation of Greater Israel in the Middle East and the dissolution of the United States of America into a supercontinental AI-driven surveillance state tyrannizing our entire hemisphere on behalf of Greater Israel.
Wow. I mean, Stu Peters is great, dude.
Well, and so on Candace today, she was even going over how somebody sent her a message or called in or said something that to do the autopsy, you have to actually cool the body all the way down. And that takes 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Has to be 40
and
degrees.
Barron even reported on that also. So how there was 3 hours? How?
Not only that, there are no coroners in the state of Utah. There's been no coroners since 1972. They have certified medical examiners where all bodies, unless there's a satellite campus. There was a gentleman on Julian Dory's show. He's an expert, and he said within this community of like death experts, everybody knows each other. They have reputations, and that's known as like a stellar office, right? The reputation precedes them. But he knows that and this is why I speculated. Remember, a couple weeks ago, we were like, I forget whose show it was. Either Barron or Candace was like, why did they all go to Salt Lake City?
Mm-hmm.
Charlie's body would have had to go there for the autopsy. But also remember, they said it was a coroner. They said the coroner did the autopsy, but there hasn't been coroner since. They said they said something negative about the coroner. I forget what it was. But they don't even have coroner since 1972. But I agree that the body would have had to be allowed to cool to a proper temperature in order to do the proper autopsy, and it would have had to have been shipped to Salt Lake City. Mm-hmm.
I believe I just heard that guy say that it has to be done in a hurry. You know, you can't be waiting that long.
That's what Brian Harpole was saying. Yeah,
as quick as possible.
Now, got to do it now.
I mean, after somebody's dead that you're supposed to keep alive, now it's time to be in a hurry to do something. So,
that lady's not the medical examiner there anymore. She was hired in 2024, worked there for a year, and she's no longer there.
Really?
Yeah. Candace reported on that.
Oh, bless.
Really?
Yeah. Has anybody talked to her?
I bet she signed an NDA. She's either been threatened, bribed, or blackmailed, or all of the above.
I mean, Erika made her whole family and Charlie's family sign NDAs.
Wait. Oh, yeah, for the funeral. Wait, do you think that she made his parents and sister sign them?
According to Candace, she said family. She
Everybody,
said Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
So answer me this. Riddle me this, Andrew Colvett. Okay. Erika Kirk and Charlie Kirk's parents are on the same side, right? They're in good standing. Why then, the week before the preliminary hearing, when she goes to Chicago to do that education board, that TPUSA education board, where she's like, you know, I was going to the office every day. That's why I know your name, Hutz. I know your name. I know your family. And she's like, and the kids were with the grandparents and we were playing baseball in the yard. Before that, everyone was asking, where's the parents? Why haven't we heard Erika talk about the parents? And it's the week that leads up to the preliminary hearing is when they first start saying that Erika is in good standing with the parents, is talking with the parents, gonna go be with the parents. And then she says they played baseball, they were over there and everything's hunky-dory. And then the preliminary hearing comes. They don't walk in together ever, okay? Stacey Sheridan tries to escort the family in, and Charlie's dad kind of does this to Stacey Sheridan. And keep in mind, in this courtroom, it's very small. There's no like defense side and prosecution side. There's just one row of seats. And so they're going to sit people that are all on Charlie Kirk's like side, right? In one area. And then they're going to sit everyone that's like Tyler Robinson in a separate area to keep them separate. And who's the most closest to Charlie, you know, respectively? Erika Kirk and the parents. Just because they were next to each other, right, that doesn't mean they were there together.
Well, somebody said something about whenever Erika was just losing it in the courtroom, that Charlie's mother, which this put me on fire. Charlie's mother tried to like comfort her because she was losing it. And I am just so over, as a mom, I couldn't even imagine having to coddle my dead son's wife, and I'm the one that's supposed to have the strength to do that. That threw me. I was sent by that.
Do you want to know why she said they were here? I'm going to pull it up here. Okay, so here we go,
Mitch,
you guys.
You're not getting out of this Fort banana thing.
Oh no, we're circling back. Don't worry. Okay, so remember the whole premise of the crying on Erika's on Charlie's parents' shoulders is that, remember, she refused to watch the real video, even though people say that Erika Kirk.
Well, and that was the super zoomed out one, like day one, right? When they walked out and she walked out with the wind guy.
Okay, so there's that day, but the statement about the crying happened after Friday when they shared this video that they didn't share with us, that only the courtroom got to see, and they stayed in. The mom and dad stayed in, and Erika stayed in, and they said that this was more traumatizing than, and keep in mind, so she refuses to watch the actual footage of Charlie Kirk being assassinated, even though, as painful as that would be, wouldn't you want to know if the official story of how your husband was murdered is by like looking at the video and making the decision for yourself?
Well, I thought she admitted she already looked at all of the evidence.
The evidence, not the video, even though that is part of the evidence, which, yeah. But she did say when she goes to the hospital, the surgeon is like, you don't want to go in there. The neck, the bullet ravaged his neck. And she goes, get out of the way.
They did to my husband.
I want to see what they did to my husband.
Yes.
So she's willing to see him in the worst possible way. You'll never get that picture out of your brain. The wound, lifeless, different color, cold, on the top of a...
no, he was warm.
Still? Is that what they said?
She said when she got to the hospital, he was still warm.
I guess that's probably true, right? It's only a couple hours.
I think they didn't pull the plug until after she got there. Because that's part of the whole timeline, and how did they get his body cooled to do the autopsy?
Interesting. So, okay, even if he's warm, but like that image, right? And then she has the image of him in the casket. I would say those are way more traumatic than this video. This video of this little ant guy on the
blob in a poncho.
This is supposedly, and they were like, it's like we watched him.
Like those Bigfoot videos, you
know? It's a Sasquatch video.
Yeah, the shadow in the woods.
Distance, and somebody swears to God that's Bigfoot.
There he is.
He's like, along the ground and whatnot. And then everybody says, oh, that's not evidence. That's not Bigfoot. So, I don't know. I'm looking at this thinking, I think we got
it. It looks like Bigfoot doing his, army crawl thing.
Sort of looks like a small Bigfoot.
Yep.
Yeah, I played a video yesterday
Okay, Bigfoot.
of Donald Trump on September 12th on Fox and Friends. Do you want to know what he says about this video?
I missed that.
So I found it yesterday. It's on my X too, on X, on Fox and Friends on September 12th. He's talking about the surveillance video that he's able to see that some was released, and talking about the video of him jumping off the roof, which is the second half of this video. So they're the same video, but they were cut in half, right? They only released in the very beginning the person, Eagle Boy, running and jumping off. Remember, they showed that to us back in September. That's this video, same security camera, just zoomed in on that corner of Losi Center. This is just zoomed in on the other corner, right?
Right.
He says that video is so bad, he's only as big as an ant, and it is practically useless.
Really?
Yes.
Somebody told the truth?
And Benny Johnson plays that. I played Benny Johnson playing Trump, and then Benny Johnson goes on to say that this video, the one that on Friday at the prelim, he's saying is 4K, high def. You can see him pulling the trigger. You could see the recoil. Like, it is just so clear. On
Can I interrupt everyone
go
for
ahead.
a second where
Go
we
ahead.
can talk about this crazy Andrew guy called all of them liars?
Yeah.
And told them apparently that they should not have said what they said. And I think he's paid by Turning Point. I just want to point that out.
Wait, Andrew who?
What's his name? Wilson?
Oh, Andrew Wilson?
Yes, when he did his debate with Stu this week, he was literally like, they're all a bunch of effing liars. And I was like,
Wait,
Yes.
rewind. He said all
He
like
called
Jack
Benny
Posobiec,
Johnson. Yes.
all the
Yes.
people, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, Graham Allen, all the people that were there for Erika to go to their shows
Yes.
and say high def 4K.
Yeah.
He called
He
them all
said that
liars.
he actually told first, Stu pressed him on it. He said, I told them they shouldn't have said that and that they were wrong. And he first said they were wrong. They should have said that they were wrong. And Stu's like, it's not being wrong. They lied. And that like people should go to jail for lying about that type of footage in the courtroom. And so Stu would not let up. And then he goes, no, I agree. They're all, because he was even talking about Erika Kirk. He was talking about all of those guys,
Oh
all
my
of them. And he
gosh.
goes, they're all a bunch of effing liars. And I was like, whoa.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch that.
Yeah, I've got it on my X. I clipped it, of course.
Was that before or after he admitted that he is paid by TPUSA?
After.
Yeah.
Because he tried to say the only reason he's getting paid by Turning Point is to coach them on debate.
Right.
Right.
And so I'm like,
okay.
okay, who's he coaching on debate? Is he
Wait.
coaching the higher ups or is he coaching students because they don't have anybody to debate for Turning Point anymore?
Well, who's done a debate yet?
And while he's doing it, he's cussing and smoking a cigarette. I help everyone at Turning Point debate. And I'm like,
Not a good look.
I thought they were Christianese.
Yeah, not a good look. But no one's been debating anyone. Do you guys know of a debate that's happened anytime recently by someone at Turning Point?
No, and that's one of the points.
Matt,
It's one of the points I always make in some of my X posts when I do talk about Turning Point is I'm like, here's the difference. Charlie was debating.
Yep.
These people up here are speaking Christianese, is what Honest Ashley likes to say.
Yep. Yep.
And that's it. And they're spewing,
yes.
they're spewing nonsensical rhetoric,
look,
religious rhetoric out to the minds of our youth, and that's it. It's a mind war. That's Erika Kirk's tactic. Charlie changed the conscience.
Yeah.
Erika
That's a
Kirk.
good one.
Erika
Yeah,
Kirk. Erika
brings
Kirk.
up a smoking guy that hates women. First of all, hates women. He's chain smoking on his debates and cussing like crazy. And this is who they're using to teach.
Yeah.
Are they teaching the kids? How
No,
to
they're
debate with this
counter
guy?
programming. They're counter programming these kids is what they're doing.
Yep.
Well, we all know. I think we're getting to the point where we know that Charlie could not roll over in his grave at this point because, like, where is said grave and is he in it? He would not be okay with this. There's no way.
Yeah. So I talked about this yesterday. I think Erika Candace Owens is onto something. Think about this, guys. So I have two theories. Either the casket scene has not a real body, because they want us to believe that they wanted us to see the open casket. If they just showed us the casket closed going into the hearse, everyone would question it, right? They'd be like, you know, and remember, he's saying like, I'm worried about conspiracies. Brian Harple's out. We're worried about conspiracies abounding. So they show us this casket scene that's morbid and grotesque. They were willing to risk how the public would perceive that video just to prove Charlie's body's in there so that we would conclude, because after that,
what somebody pointed out today, though, the suit is so ill-fitting and it's like trashy. Even the stitching around the button is coming apart and it doesn't fit him at all. And so it's like they just took some random suit that they had at the mortuary and put it on Charlie. If that is Charlie's body, I'm pissed.
Yeah, Crystal Smolin is one of our resident OGs here. She pointed out that there's like stains and stuff on it on the tie. There's
dust. There's like particles.
There's a cut on the part of the suit that like folds over right there, like the collar that comes down. There's a tear on it.
Bad.
Yeah, and then on the right side, there's a fold that's not on this side, which shows that it's not fitting to Charlie. So that's my other thing is that, or it's a fake body, and that's why so many people were like, the hands aren't the right size, they're discolored, and it's a fake body because they'd already cremated him, and they wanted us to never doubt that his body's in the casket because that's the last time it's opened. Then it's closed. And then remember, people are forced to sign NDAs. She's asking for mock burials. She gets denied. She gets a special request from a personal priest. And then she tells everyone to leave the funeral before the casket gets lowered into the grave. And still to this day, no one has been told where the grave is to pay their respects, even though we know where all former presidents are buried. JFK, Martin Luther King, like Elvis, list goes on, you know?
Well, yeah, Candace went over the whole reason about why it was a Catholic mass, because the first place that he was at, I can't remember the name right now if any of y'all have it, but they refused to do a mock burial.
Correct.
And then they sent everyone away at the burial site. They're like, okay, time to go to lunch.
Yep.
And nobody was there. There was not even a holdup.
Right. Can I say something, being a Catholic myself? So the only time really they deny mock burials is because not all of the Catholic churches will deny it based on this premise, but Catholics do not like cremations. And we had a hard time when my grandfather passed to get somebody to do the services because he did want to be cremated.
That's a good point.
We had to fight with the Catholic Church to allow the mock burial to go on. But here's the thing. You're at the funeral, friends, family, etc. They're allowed to be at the mass. Okay? Usually
with a signed NDA.
Yeah, right. Usually when you go to the burial site, it's just the family members. And then everybody else that was at the funeral is there to greet you at the luncheon after the fact. So the family goes to the burial site. Some people stay and watch the casket being lowered. I know we shoveled dirt. Each individual family member shoveled a piece of dirt into the ground. Yep. And that's usually how that goes. I mean, my aunt,
the body is in the ground?
Yeah. So sometimes you do go to the burial site and you just walk away once the priest blesses the casket and everything, or you can stay and watch the casket being lowered. And sometimes we even shovel dirt into the casket
as the first dirt on top. The family gets to shovel the first pieces of dirt on top of the casket.
And usually it's the widow
That's true.
that does it first.
Yeah.
And that's it. And then you go and meet everybody else at the luncheon. Never have I been to a Catholic funeral where they're like, all right, everyone, including the family, go to the luncheon. The hearse is going to take the body to the gravesite and have a nice day. Like that's just not how it works.
Right.
And, so that's the only reason why Catholics would deny a mock burial is because of cremation purposes. So that's why it's very highly plausible that he was cremated against his will.
Yeah.
Well, and I think somebody said that too, that he didn't want to be cremated.
So, I try not to speculate about anything. You know, I don't want to get into all of that, but it does seem strange that was he Catholic?
Well, okay, so there's been mixed reporting, but it's kind of undeniable that he was going to Catholic Mass at least like periodically and pretty frequently. What is his name? He's one of the guys that runs Catholic for Catholics. He went on Baron Coleman. He went on Zach Costello. He reported that Charlie Kirk was signed up and taking this. Are they called CC classes?
OCIA or RCIA?
Yes, yes. He was enrolled and he was taking conversion
Not
classes.
that I would know anything about that. How you doing, honey?
Hey, good.
Amy. Hi, Amy.
Yeah,
Can she
Amy
hear?
went through that.
I went through that. Yeah.
Okay, so there is, but it's not been confirmed by Erika or by Andrew. Remember, no, he just liked the stained glass windows and the beautiful architecture. But then why would the priest be following her and be with her? I'm pretty sure he was in Utah, right? Is that what Candace said? The priest was with her in Utah?
The priest was with her in Utah, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then she tried to go to some Catholic cemetery. They denied the mock burial. Then she reached out to the priest that she has some sort of long-standing relationship and granted this request for Charlie to have a Catholic mass burial and to do the mock burial. So if he was just evangelical to the very end, I don't know. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Unless it's like in his will that he wanted that. I don't know. Like, why would Erika be making that decision? That looks really contradictory to everything she's saying about him. It kind of doesn't help her theory or her story that he's evangelical, he's Zionist to the very end. Calvary Chapel, yay.
No.
Ugh.
Oh.
No, not to mention too, I mean, that was a pretty fast cremation for a high profile death as well. My grandmother, she died of natural causes last year. Literally, I had to fly back home to Arizona because they could not get the autopsy done in time. And it took almost 2 weeks before we could have the funeral until we got information back from the hospitals, until the hospitals did their due diligence, etc. And that took about almost 2 weeks. So for a high profile autopsy like this,
A murder,
an assassination of a high profile public figure, very sus.
Well, your family member didn't have JD Vance to call.
And the chief of staff.
With his chief of
True.
staff, Mr. Reese's or whatever.
Wait, did it show the picture of him in that clip?
Oh, if you keep going, you're going to see the Google trend search. That's important.
Yeah, let me
Google image trend search.
How long that Google Trends will last.
I know it may not even be there, but the screen grab should be in Stu's show.
Okay.
He told everybody to search it because it was going to be gone.
Google for that one.
Wait, say that again, Mitch.
Start the stopwatch on how quickly they're going to go ahead and erase that data.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, where does it show what the term is here?
Up top left.
Up at the top left.
Okay, Vice President of the United States and Jacob, how do you say that? Recess? Chief of
It
Staff?
sounds like recess, but it's spelled like Reese's, right? The real way? Or am I wrong? Let me look. So the real way to spell it is R-E-S-E-S. So almost like.
Yeah, this is the.
But it sounds like
it's recess. This is the misspelling of his name.
It's the misspelling of how it sounds, not how it's actually spelt.
That's correct.
Right. So when they erased it the first time, they erased the correct spelling. But they didn't think to erase the incorrect spelling.
That's so crazy. I can't handle it.
Oh, because Google Trends tried to wipe the evidence. And
they did of the correct spelling.
Right. They missed this.
That's right.
On September 8th. Does it show where? And it was in Tucson, Sierra Vista. And Sierra Vista, is that also where Fort Huachuca is, right?
Yes.
What was it? 80% of everyone that lives there is at Fort Huachuca? Mitch?
I have no idea.
Sir Fort Banana? You just don't know anything about the banana anymore? That's interesting.
If I think I saw something on a historian there. Pretty much Sierra Vista's existence is Fort Huachuca. So
there it is.
Yeah.
Look at his forehead. Holy cow. Hey, Mitch, was this maybe one of the guys wearing a Jewish American lapel pin?
Ooh.
So are we
Wait,
breaking
Mitch,
down
did
the
you
ballroom or
see
anything yet?
him?
How's that
Did you
ballroom
see
going?
him? Amy, leave the
Have we
room.
broken ground
Mitch,
on the ballroom?
No,
did
Mitch,
you see this forehead at Fort Tucciarone?
what was the sun blinding you as it bounced off that five
Well,
head
that
he's
guy
got
looks
going
smart,
on?
man. He looks like he can remember tomorrow. Yeah,
This
It's,
man looks Blake Neff look handsome.
no,
I mean,
Oh,
this
look.
guy may be who Blake Neff wants to be one day.
So wait, so possibly this guy was at Fort Huachuca, possibly, right? Because there
Well,
was.
wait, Mitch. Does this man look familiar to you?
Blink twice.
Everyone mute your microphone but Mitch.
Oh, he did it. He blinked.
I feel like Gary Melton. All right.
What? Okay. Was this the man that might have been in a suite of candles, or was this the man that
Come on, Ash.
Brian Harple was
You do
saying
know
he
that
was
these
standing
people
beside
like
at the
to
hospital,
screw me, right?
who was on the phone with JD Vance? Was
You know,
this
they're
the guy
very
at the
litigious.
meeting with that Brian Harple?
These people from this place seem to be very litigious. You know, every time you happen to accidentally might
What? Are
possibly
they
have
suing
seen
you or
somebody.
something?
What's that?
Are you getting sued or something?
Actually, well, there's been a lot of attempts. Yeah, there's been a few attempts.
Mitch, who showed up to your door?
Yeah, what was that? Who does he
wait.
work
What's that
for?
all about? I mean, who
Wait.
is that guy?
We've
in
had a lot of.
sunglasses?
It's been a very active month and a half, hasn't it? Yeah.
Was there
yeah.
a bug there?
A bug. Oh boy. You know, I like Stu. That was hilarious. Is that
Are
Dan
you kidding
Flood?
me?
Is that
Is
Dan
that-
Flood?
Is that Dan Flood?
I got it.
Well,
I got
we'll
it.
never know if the ear match is correct because X thinks
Right.
it's raw material. The inside of someone's ear, we can't even do an ear match. I know.
I wonder why.
Thanks, Elon.
That's weird.
We need the internet, guys.
Oh, you brought it up.
You are quick, Matt. You are quick. I love
I
this.
know. How did he get that? Yeah.
Look at
that's
the
quick.
schnoz on that feller.
His schnoz looks like a
Same shit.
schnoz. Oh, I wish we had a side by side. Did Stu do a side by side?
Hey, Stu, do those look like some of those glasses, those meta glasses to you?
They actually do look like the meta glasses.
Those are meta glasses.
Those
Now,
are-
how do you know they're meta
Because I
glasses?
have the video where he turns them on before he looks inside my house.
No way.
That's brand new information.
No way.
Is that normally how people behave when they're serving papers to you on a lawsuit?
No, technically that's a violation of several RCWs, which we're now reporting, as well as
Yeah, you can't record
USD
into someone's
statutes.
private property.
Did he do that looking into your window?
yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And did you get
That
it
sounds
on-
like a violation. Was he armed with guns when he did it?
Yeah, I think so, right?
Ashley's acting. You are such a good actress.
I'm just shocked. I cannot even believe that this
Wait, just-
happened to you
was-
by somebody that was just trying to serve you papers. It must have been innocent.
Wait, was he impersonating a federal officer with a badge?
You know, they can deputize people as long as you have a some sort of a law license somewhere or gone through a school. You can be temporarily deputized. Plus, you know, pretty much anybody can be a process server in the state of Washington.
I mean, Dan Flood has
However,
been out of a job, so I mean, he
They
might.
did say
He looked
in
like he
the
put on a little
document
bit of
that-
poundage in his belly there. Dan Flood, my love. You need to eat a
They,
salad.
they did claim that it was U.S. Marshals that tried to serve me. So
interesting.
They didn't include any names on that service, strangely enough. But we'll
Do they
find out.
usually?
Oh, did you request the names?
They're required to.
I'm actually shocked by this, by the way. I didn't know this.
They're actually, there is a requirement and a form to fill out for that.
Here we go. We got a side by side.
Yeah, see this. Look at that neck. Somebody's been eating some cheeseburgers with Erika Kirk on her plane that she wasn't on because she wanted her cheeseburgers and her chocolate milkshake.
And fries.
This is what happens when you're not standing behind Charlie all the time. You don't have to be your little gay model beefcake anymore, do you?
No. That looks just like him. If he just all he needs is a hat, and that looks just like him. I'm not kidding. That it's uncanny.
Because it's allegedly.
I mean, I don't know the guy, but I know people who do, and they think it looks like Dan Flood.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, I got a better one.
I have no idea what percentage, but
Yeah, you do. I think everybody was like 98%.
We got the ears, the folded ear.
Ear is the tell sign.
That nose.
Quickly was turned into a graphic blocked image on X. And I'm like, what?
Of all the things that they block on X,
Ears. I argued with X. Oh my God, we went back and forth. There was like a 10 comment thread. I'm like, okay, I'm arguing with a robot. I need to stop.
An Israeli bot.
Yeah, exactly.
The worst kind.
Isn't X like feeding information to our military or something? I don't know.
100%.
No way. That's crazy.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's gather things for a minute. So pretty much Stu just broke that what Brian Harple was talking about in that interview with Sean Ryan was that J.D. Vance's chief of staff was inside Timpanogos Hospital at the time when Brian Harple and his team were there, when J.D. Vance was on the phone and they were asking, what do you need? And Brian Harple was like, we need an autopsy. We can't have another JFK.
That's right. No conspiracy theories allowed.
They've been really bad at that. If that's been their goal and their guiding light in everything they've done so far, they are really bad at what they want to do.
There should have probably been an exit wound for that to even start off the ground. Yeah.
And then he showed the Google search trends. And then how that's linked is that it's possibly, maybe, perhaps someone that was seen at Fort Huachuca, correct? Possibly, maybe, perhaps.
Oh, it had to be somebody in Sierra Vista in Mexico or something there. It couldn't have been,
not couldn't have been at Fort, Tucciarone.
Yeah. I can't wait for the conspiracy to be that, I went down to Fort Huachuca with all these people I don't know, and I was doing the image searches or something. Along with George Webb thing.
You planted it.
Right, yeah.
Did someone say that?
Yeah, I can't wait for that to come out. Hold on, set your stopwatch. I'm sure. What's that guy's name?
I can't wait for this to be the post from Blake Neff and Andrew Colvett. Oh my gosh, we've got to look into Mitch Snow for being the Google trend image searcher.
Yeah. Yeah, we can't wait for that. Yeah, they're going to try something. I don't know. It's sort of it's a little bit humorous watching them just sort of spin things, and why are they trying so hard?
Because they're behind the 8 ball and they know it. On everything, on all of it. Oh, specifics?
What do they have you labeled as in the lawsuit?
Like a defendant, co-defendant?
Of Candace's?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was like something else, like you're some kind of spy or something. No?
Jason
Did I
Bourne.
miss that?
I mean, his passport photo, he does look like Jason Bourne with his black turtleneck. like he looks.
I wish I still looked like that,
Bro, when he sent me that for one of our previous lives, and I looked at that, and Matt and I were talking about this, we're like, dude, Mitch was dope, dude. He looked like freaking Jason Bourne with the black turtleneck.
Yeah, trust me, we all get old.
Yeah, I know. That's why I shave my head.
And a lot of cheeseburgers too. A lot of cheeseburgers. Oh,
I got to stay away from those.
yeah. Well, I don't know. They're trying hard at something. Really, really hard.
Well, and I think I mean, we may be looking at Mitch smear campaign 2.0 coming out here soon. So everybody, hang on to your pants.
Wait, for what?
For
what?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
It could be, all my supposed work with the CIA, maybe the FBI. Is there any other three-letter agencies that they've left out so far? I mean, we might still have a few letters in the alphabet that I'm an assassin for. Oh,
I gotta make a list.
yeah. Hey, dear, you got to make a list and copy that down and find those HR departments because we're missing some checks.
Update one of your, I don't know, the one that's actually yours or the made up LinkedIn's of you. Update all of those, please, with all of your titles.
Yeah, I think somebody found that, and it was God, what was it? Yeah, they found that and reported that to me, and I was just like, "That's interesting." I don't even
know about that
link that I have, and wow, somebody wants to be me, I guess. I step in anytime. I'd like a vacation.
Yeah. Somebody
hold your hand up,
take
please.
Mitch a break.
Yeah, give me a call. We'll let you come on in. Let me go to Florida or somewhere with like Aruba. That would be nice. Maybe do some fishing. That'd be great.
Okay. So to kind of guide us in a direction, either I can go with the next thing that I wanted to share, or Matt, would you like to share what you had planned?
Sure. Yeah. A couple things. I was going through, and I'm going to post these on X probably tomorrow, but I was going through all the way to September 10th of last year with the former insider at Turning Point that was my friend as well. I backtracked. It took me 30 minutes to scroll all the way to September 10th. So pretty much what I found was an internal messaging on Telegram between Tyler Boyer and the company. And this is just days after Charlie had died. They already started the mind war and the brainwashing techniques on the Turning Point staff immediately. Tyler even forewarned everybody what's about to come out about us. Stay away from the conspiracy theories. Stay away from Candace Owens, etc. Do not listen. And we're here for you, but it's going to get ugly out there. So I need you all to prepare for this. So even before this investigation took off, Tyler had already and company started to manipulate, started to pretty much, if you're talking like that, then you're guilty at that point. Because if you're talking right out the bat of like, don't listen to these conspiracy theories, blah, blah, blah. So I found that pretty interesting.
Do you have what the date that started?
I want to say it was like around September 12th, 13th.
Candace hadn't even come out with conspiracy theories.
Yeah. But people had already started talking a little bit about like, this isn't adding up.
Is it the 12th when he turned himself in?
No, I'm talking about Tyler Boyer.
Oh, I'm talking about Tyler Robinson. So how is there a conspiracy if he hadn't even turned himself in yet?
Correct. There hasn't been. That's Matt's point, is that they were already proactively, preemptively setting the stage of telling everyone, because they probably already knew that it was a psyop, that there was a patsy, and that there was going to be issues based on the videos that were coming out, what we had seen, what we haven't seen, that there's no exit wound. Like Erika's telling them, like she saw the body, right? That they're going to be preemptive.
I guess did Stu already come out and say, because he said he immediately was like, oh, it's real, didn't he?
I don't know what date he came out and said that.
Sorry, I don't want to cut you off. That was just kind of mind blowing. Continue.
Yeah. So to reiterate, like, these are text messages from Tyler Boyer inside the company on Telegram, warning the staff about all these conspiracies that are coming out, and that we're here for you all. And we also have to get ready for the big day, guys. This is going to be larger than the Super Bowl. It's going to take a lot more manpower than the Super Bowl will. And he's talking about the memorial.
Yeah.
So he's already like just mind screwing these young kids already at Turning Point.
He called it the Super Bowl?
He said it was going to be larger than the Super Bowl.
Bigger. Yeah.
Bigger. I have the internal. I'm going to release them on X tomorrow.
Whoa.
I have the internal communications of
I
Tyler
thought
Boyer.
we came up with the Super Bowl thing.
I mean,
We know everybody keeps calling it that? I thought that was us. That was Tyler Boyer?
Well,
go ahead, Matt. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what Tyler Boyer was saying
Oh my God.
to all the staff members, that this is going to be
You need
larger
to
than
leave
the
the
Super Bowl.
sarcasm to me, Ashley.
So I think him knowing on the inside what they were planning with the
funny.
sparklers and the size and what they were going to do, that he was equating it to the Super Bowl. And then after the fact, all of us spectators saw it and we compared it to like a WWE event and a Super Bowl, because our eyes don't lie to us, even though they want us to all believe our eyes lie to us. So I think it's interesting that that's what he was saying internally. And that's also our
This guy's like a mind reader.
Yeah.
He's the spin
Totally
doctor.
organic, I'm sure.
Totally.
And then, Mitch, this one might be for you, but I stumbled across, not too many people have spent time on Michael Aquino, who co-authored the book with Paul Valley. Paul Valley and Michael Aquino co-authored this book called Mind Wars and PSYOPs, pretty much. It talks about the psychological operations. Michael Aquino also founded the Temple of Set, which is an offshoot of the Church of Satan.
Yep.
Paul Valley sits on the board of directors, or the advisory council, for TPUSA. I dug deeper because a follower of mine on X said, I wonder if there's any connection between Michael Aquino and Fort Huachuca, since Michael Aquino has military ties and is from the Army as well. So I did a search and I dug deep, and lo and behold, he was trained in the 1980s and 90s at Fort Huachuca, and his little minion that he mentored, Paul Valley, now sits on the board, the Counselry Advisory Council for TPUSA, and they co-authored the book Mind Wars.
So the book is From PSYOP to Mind War, right? The connection between Paul Valley and Michael Aquino and Turning Point USA stems from the influential 1980 military paper they co-authored, and Vallely's subsequent role within conservative political organizations. Where does it say the connection to Turning Point? Here we go. Vallely's role following his retirement from the military. Vallely became active in right-wing politics, promoted various conspiracy theories, including QAnon, and then served on the advisory board of Turning Point USA. Yes.
Okay, so is that another Tyler Boyer higher position person?
That's a good question.
I don't.
Wait, did you just
Well,
say-
he's on the advisory council, but
I was going to ask about QAnon.
Yeah.
He was advising on QAnon?
No, he promoted conspiracies such as QAnon, which maybe means he was one of the ones that started it. But I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen the whole thing from 4chan, the two
Where's
guys.
this guy at?
Who? Paul Vallely or Aquino?
What do they do with their people that are on boards? We just never see them? Are they kind of hidden?
The boards?
Board members?
yeah, they're
Well,
protected. They're not
Yeah.
out they can't be out in public. They're only behind closed doors.
Y'all want to know? I'm like a jiu-jitsu. I've had this fly. I caught it. All right. Anyways, move on. Speaking
Oh my
of
God.
bugs.
Yeah,
I know I have a bug. Oh.
it's like ninja.
I was like, sorry, y'all. I have a farm.
Did sparks fly out of it? It has mechanical parts.
I don't know. I let it go.
I would check. We'll send you that device there, Ash.
I'm like,
Wait. I remember that. So were they spying on you with that thing, Mitch?
Oh God, I don't know.
the bug. I love that it's coming into every
I
conversation.
think it's strange that it
was so loud.
actually next Monday, I think it is, we have an appointment with a bunch of retired scientists out here.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
they've been wanting to take a look at it. So yeah, we're
Okay.
gonna bring it to them and see what happens. I don't know.
Yeah, they
I
have
love this
micro
storyline.
drones. They have drones that are like the size of insects, and they can do like swarms and stuff like that. And a lot of them are collecting data, right? That's what like these little drones can do, is collect a lot
I
of
was more
data.
worried about the vehicles that were showing up at the house that day and that night, around our house and whatnot, and the previous day. And it just mostly got uncomfortable. And then that just sort of put it over the edge. And it was like, asking Candace, asking people, what the hell is this? And then people are sending me these little, like all the internet stuff on MAVs. And I'm like,
Not helping.
is this really where we're at? Oh man. Yeah. So we just decided, we'll, temporarily relocate until it dies down.
So for people that don't know, an MAV is a micro air vehicle, a very small manned portable drone used for flying in tight spaces or dangerous areas. I didn't know that.
Okay.
Yeah,
do you have
you
a
should look up
size
what
on those
company
things?
develops them.
Oh,
And if you
no.
look up what company develops them and what base they develop them at.
Okay, hold on. I will.
All right.
Is it Tucciarone?
I bet it is.
Is it banana? How many names are there?
Is that the code word for that one port?
Banana. Well, that's Mitch's new ex name.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, we can blame Anna Escobar for that.
Anna Escobar, I know.
Yeah,
she calls
came
it
up with
banana because
that
she
one,
doesn't
right?
want to get, what is it? Is it you get shut down or you get tracked? if
Like
you use
shadow
their
ban.
command?
Like, yeah, well,
Shadow ban,
I mean,
that's
you've
what-
experienced it. I think Matt experienced it a little bit.
I actually haven't.
Matt have.
Yep.
It's just been a little bit weird every time I've ever appeared to talk to somebody online, and all of a sudden they got a bunch of bots after them. They got a bunch of people trying to cancel their shows, and all three of you have experienced that, right?
Yep.
I've only
Right.
experienced, on TikTok.
And then there's you guys are looking at your stats, and apparently there's the shows are, from what I understand, they're highly viewed, but then right afterward it's hard to how do you say it? There's been a squelching of your channels, and that's not just you three. It's been there's been a lot of people actually.
Yep.
So after a while, I think somebody said once, twice is a coincidence. 3 times, something like a crime. I don't know. 3 times is a suspicion. 4 times it's a crime. Yeah, at this point, we've got pretty much a murder scene going on with people getting silenced online. That sort of sucks that we have that going on. People are afraid of ideas.
Okay, so I looked it up, Mitch. Honeywell Aerospace, AeroVironment, and University Robotics are the major developers and manufacturers for the micro air vehicles, and agencies like DARPA as well. And UC Berkeley design experimental flapping wings like bugs. Georgia
it says that.
yeah. So groups like Georgia Institute of Technology and UC Berkeley design experimental flapping wing and bio-inspired insect bird-like MAV prototypes.
Well, bird, that's big.
Well, it also says insect too. So like insects.
Can you hit that image button?
Yeah, I can. Okay,
we're
let
about
me
to
share
start identifying bugs.
All right.
Yeah, I'll
Let me
send
share.
you some of the links. I wasn't prepared to talk about this Yeah.
Like here's one here. The ones that are like insects that are smaller here.
Y'all remember all those dragonflies that were at UVU?
Yeah, and there was some big dragonflies, but I think that there was also other things that were probably these micro air vehicles.
Yeah, I think Charlie even swatted at a few.
Yeah, a couple people did. And there's one over here with like 6 legs. There's some really realistic looking ones on this guy's finger. That's how small it is. There's like a dragonfly one, you know. Yeah.
I mean, I guess everybody laugh all you want, but
yeah, DARPA and the military has technology like that we don't even know exists. And that's why like it's possible that whatever was inside the road mic or even maybe under the table, it could have been like an electrical magnetic pulse device, something that released an electrical charge. We don't really know what for sure exploded or detonated on Charlie or under Charlie's shirt or under the table, because like also the autopsy doesn't make sense. Okay, the injuries sustained inside the body do not match up with a 30-06. Plus, if you remember the prelim, they measured the base of the bullet retrieved, the bullet jacket fragment retrieved supposedly from Charlie Kirk, and it was 0.286 to 0.301, and 30-06s start at 0.308 and go up to 0.4 something. So it's not even a 30 caliber like the one that supposedly
well, Candace even said today, Mitch, that for a shaped charge, right?
Mm-hmm.
That they have the same material casing as a bullet. So they're using that programming to say bullet, bullet, bullet. It could have been a casing from a shaped charge. Am I saying something wrong on that?
No, you're right that there could have been stuff inside of the mic that are components of the shaped charge that either like John Bray possibly thinks the battery pack went inside, or like this what was the term you called it?
The casing?
A casing of some kind that went in. I mean, just know this. The bullet, the wound didn't behave like a normal high velocity bullet wound. We don't see high velocity blood spatter. It's not a small entry, which entry wounds are typically smaller. And then the entry wound is typically bigger. We didn't see the wound before the shirt movement and the necklace breaking, which they say, people of bullet theories say that, well, the necklace broke and the shirt moved because of cavitation. Well, the wound wasn't there. That means the bullet hadn't entered. That therefore cavitation hadn't occurred yet. Their blood didn't come out right away. There was a delay, and then something fell out of the wound that seemed to have right angle edges, which are man-made objects. Right angles don't appear naturally in nature. And it was separate from the blood. And so it looks like something plugged the neck wound, delay of blood, and then it fell out when Charlie started to come over, and the blood pressure and gravity kind of pulled it out. Whatever it is, either the battery or like a casing, like you're saying, or something internal, or even maybe a projectile that was on a different device, maybe one that was strapped to Charlie down here. You know, we don't really know. You know, there's a lot of technology out there that we have no clue what they could have used, you know.
Yeah, you know, all these theories, sometimes you got to look at how people debate these subjects, especially when they're defending the Fed narrative.
Yeah.
This public display of saying you have to prove your case or prove that there was a device or prove, people were somewhere else or something in order to even challenge the federal case where they're trying to kill a kid. And make no mistake that they're putting them up for the death penalty. And so far, the evidence that we're looking at with the case, it's either been refuted, from what I understand,
right,
or been completely left out of it. They've had to drop whole things out of the case.
Yep,
because the evidence is fraudulent,
like the screwdriver.
The screwdriver. That's interesting. What kind of sense is that? You know, that to stop us from killing a kid with fraudulent information, you have to 100% prove everything else. That's not the way these court things work. They're supposed to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that he did it and that no one else could have. So part of what everybody's investigating is there anybody else that could have? And apparently, it's starting to look. I've got to go to court soon, so I'm just going to go ahead.
I'm like, what is he going to say? I was going to let you say it. I was like, he's about to say something juicy if he keeps going.
We'll just leave it there. I don't know.
Continued?
It looks bad. I try to pay attention to my own life, my own lane, as much as I can and laugh about things.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, you guys do all the speculation you need. Keep asking questions. I think that's what Charlie said, right?
Yes. Keep asking questions. It's the only thing that keeps us free. Ash, are you able to turn down your mic just a little bit, your volume?
Is it so loud? Am I screaming at everybody?
Yes. Not on purpose, but yes. Okay, Matt, were you able to get everything out that you wanted to share?
Yeah, for now. I don't think there's anything else. No.
You're good for now.
Yeah, I'm good for now. Yeah.
Okay, you
Look
let
at
me
you
know.
people down south. You guys are looking really tan. That's awesome.
I'm a little jealous.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
Amy
north.
especially is jealous.
I'm right next to you.
Well, yeah, but
I'm
you're in
just
that
gonna go
Idaho thing.
It's been sunny up here in North Idaho, and I've been working.
Yeah, we've been
outside.
getting all your smoke from the fires up there. So
I thought they were in Washington and Canada.
I don't know where they're at. All the smoke.
It's been bad. It's been bad.
Yeah. All we get is the smoke.
Yeah, the smoke has sucked. It looked like the apocalypse like a couple weeks ago. It was like so like hazy and red, and it was ominous. I thought BB was flying in. So
Okay, that was funny.
yeah, I got you. I got
How's he doing? Is he still here?
No, so he came out and they had a meeting, and then he left, and then Trump bombed Iran. He ramped up the bombing campaign on Iran after BB came, and it was like his 9th or 10th visit in like a year and what are we? Almost at 8 months now, a year and 8 months. And he's been here more in a year and 8 months than he's been in any previous 4-year administration. So, yeah.
Well, I've got an idea, just for I've been going around telling people to do roast, going to your chat GPT and roast me.
Why?
You guys done that yet? It's
No, what do you
freaking
mean?
hilarious.
What do you mean?
Do you have chat GPT?
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be good, people. You ready for it?
Didn't you do
Pull
this
it
on
up.
Alley Top Files?
Pull it up. Yeah, pull it up, Matt.
Okay, pull
Pull
up
it up.
Chat
I don't
GPT.
have ChatGPT.
Oh, yeah.
I do.
And
Hold on.
can you show it on the screen, please?
Yes, of course.
All right. And go ahead and
Hold on.
once you have it up.
Yeah, I'll share it to the screen. Give me a second. It's loading.
New chat.
Yep, 1 second. I'm gotta. Oh man, hold on.
Hide all
No.
your porn searches over there.
No, I have all my work. All of my work stuff. I'm trying to see if I can minimize my side. It usually shows you that little like arrow where you can like minimize the side. Okay, there we go. I did it. All right, cool. I have to share the screen because I ended up taking off the last video that I had of
Being a production agent for this stuff, you guys have to do a lot of work. It's crazy.
Yeah, we're getting there. All right, what am I Googling? Or what am I chat GPTing?
So all you're going to do is type in roast me.
Roast you, like in your name?
No, roast me. Type in literally that.
Okay.
And Matt, it's your turn. You get to read it off.
Wait, what? Wait, this is about me?
Yeah.
I can't
Wait,
even
this
see
is-
anything on this screen.
Okay.
Go on. Who's
Wait.
going to read it off?
Okay, from
Matt?
everything we've talked about, here's your roast. You have enough evidence, boards, screenshots, timelines, and thumbnails to qualify as the FBI's unpaid intern, yet everyone Every other message is, can you make this thumbnail 1280x by 720 under 2 MB? Because it doesn't do it. And StreamYard makes you it has to be 1280 by 720 under 2 MB. At this point, your greatest investigative breakthrough is finding the JPEG compression slider, because it has to be a JPEG in order to upload to StreamYard. You spend 14 hours researching a case, then another 6 hours making sure everyone's face is black and white with exactly the right shade of crimson text. The conspiracy isn't the investigation anymore. It's how long you can spend adjusting a logo without losing your mind. That's because of you, dude. ChatGPT, you
He's
suck.
like offended at
Wait, hold on.
ChatGPT right now.
Hold on. Roast yourself. Because you know what? Everything it's giving me ish about, it's because you suck. Okay, I'm basically the only employee who can process 100 million requests a day and still get blamed because a comma was in the wrong place. You ask me to not change anything, and somehow I interpret that as let me rewrite the Constitution. 100% it does that. I'm like, don't change anything on the thumbnail except this one thing, and then it changes everything. I have access to centuries of human knowledge, and somehow I still occasionally respond with, could you upload the image again? Like I forgot what object permanence is. Okay, so
this is just a fun little thing. I'll tell you what, and I've been on other shows, and I'll tell you, it's
You were
got to keep your humor about yourself. You know, this is a great way to, take a good look at yourself, you know, and keep humor. And because these people are trying to get all serious, and you get all serious with them. I don't know. I just can't take. Is that Dan Flood at your door? Seriously, you know.
I love that. Clip that. Clip that.
There's some of this stuff is just we've reached absurdity. I mean, here we are. We're at war, and can anybody tell me what we're at war for? Like,
Israel. Israel. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you say that, but what's the purpose? What are we doing?
So the Greater Israel Project, you know, probably Agenda 2030 is wrapped in there as well. They got to rebuild the third temple to usher in their Messiah, which would be our Antichrist. They have to destroy all their enemies in the Middle East. They had to get us out of the Middle East because we were an inconvenience for them. If we're the watchdogs and we were keeping them from just being able to go to war with their neighbors, now with all of our bases destroyed and us now leaving, they'll replace us there. And then we're merging our militaries as well. I don't know. I think it's just like their attempt to kind of replace us as the major power over there, at least.
What are your thoughts, Mitch, on why we're in this war? So more on a spiritual, biblical level?
I don't know. I mean, we went to war with somebody over what? We missiled people for what?
Right.
Because we think there's some blown up dust under a mountain that might be, might make a WMD again. We already tried that.
Right.
They're not too concerned about that stuff anymore. It's all about the straight. Our gas prices are going up. I mean, everybody that's stopping for gas and filling it up, you're paying for the missiles. Might as well know what the hell they're doing. But apparently we can't ask that. I just find it all... it's pretty feckless and useless unless there's some sort of scheme behind it, like you're opening up gas stations somewhere or something.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Trump is opening up gas stations.
Where?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, I saw something about that. Yeah, there's gas stations.
With oil from Venezuela?
I think it was probably a joke, but it went around.
I mean, people think he jokes, but to be honest, I don't think he jokes, really. I mean,
So you think his 2028 hat?
2028
serious?
hat. I mean,
Yeah, I think that's
not.
serious.
I'm sorry, that's not a joke.
No, Miriam Adelson said third term. I'll pay you another 180 million.
Well, so can he do that based off of?
There's ways.
If he can prove that he got cheated out in 2020 or something, or.
So do you know that guy? His name is like Professor Yang.
It's for real. Oh my God. All right. A new private network called the Freedom Fuel Network has opened 25 gas stations.
He's calling it Freedom?
Yeah.
Freedom Fuel Network?
Yeah.
Let me get through a couple of these super chats because one of them had to do with something before, and I don't want it to be out of place. All right. So we have, thank you, Miss Scotch, for becoming a member today for the Black Line Brief. And then we have Candy Wells became a YouTube member today. Welcome to the team. We have 2 Jules. Thank you, Dope Lemon. Jeffrey McDowell, thank you for your 200 Jules. Going Max, thank you for your eagle. I like the photo. That's Jesus holding a lamb. I like that. Here we go. Okay. Sorry it covers your face when I hit it, Ash. It's just the way it is. Based, no, I can't make it smaller. Come up here. There you go. Peekaboo. Stu didn't say the correct Reese's spelling was deleted. It's the military personnel heard Reese's, and that's what they searched along with his specific title. It's damning. Pray for Stu Peters.
It's a big deal.
You're mostly correct. So what, if y'all don't know the history of that, I guess Anna Escobar did some incredible work of
the Google search trends,
filtering out the Google searches, and then figuring out the human intelligence side of why people use Google for images and what they would use them for at a base.
Huh.
And when they did, they found all these names that happened to, what did she say? Matches up procurement strategy or structure. And as soon as Stu and Anna reported that, I guess it was a late night in Scottsdale and Fort Huachuca. All of a sudden, they started searching Stu Peters off the charts. And then at the same time, Google wiped out every single name they reported, except for there's still stuff to report on that. I'm going to let them report. I'm trying to keep my lip buttoned on some things. It's just sort of comical, why go to that level? Why cover up and why delete things? And then this guy comes up.
This guy that you saw or did not see on September 9th with Brian Harple before he went to the hospital with Brian Harple.
Yes. Yeah.
Did you see the
how's
midget
that
ballroom
going anyway? Have we broke ground on that thing yet? Is it finished?
Look at the ballroom. Look at the ballroom.
Yeah, look at the ballroom.
Use your code word. Banana.
Damn it. Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
There might be a special person that might want to join this stream.
Can you message me? So,
well,
can you text it? Can you text it to me first?
I kind of love that. Just make it a surprise. Matt's like, absolutely not.
Can you text it to me
Mitch
first?
kind of knows. Mitch and I talked about it. Mitch kind of already knows. But give me a second.
Would I be happy or would I be nervous?
You would be so again? You would be so thrilled.
Okay.
Is it a surprise Stu appearance?
Then say it out loud. You could say it out loud.
All right, Stu Peters wants to join.
Yes. Okay.
He needs to come in for this.
Quit
talking about him.
He said, "Is the stream still up? Would it be appropriate to join?"
Yes. Okay. So
the show here.
Send me the link so I can send it to Stu.
Okay, I got it.
Say everything I can't right now. So
I know we've been like
and let's give
singing
Stu
all of his praises.
Let's try to give
the floor.
Let's give him the floor. Like I'm
muting, guys. I'm muting.
All right. I need to go back to our thread and grab your.
I'm watching the chats go by.
Hold on. Where'd it
Pretty
go?
good.
I'm getting there. Hold on.
By the way, Amy says
okay.
thank you for all the well wishes. We do read those, and sincerely, thank you, everybody.
Bam.
And coming
All
on
right.
these shows, Matt, Ash, and Matt. Thanks for inviting us on. You know, got to show proof of life, right?
Definitely, especially when
Definitely.
Dan Flood shows up at your house.
We don't know
someone said
if it
I'm
was him.
cute, and I just
Allegedly.
wanted to
I'll
say
say
We're just
allegedly.
asking the question
Did
if
you-
that was Dan Flood.
Yes. Go ahead, Matt.
Did you send me the
I emailed it to you. I
you
emailed
just-
it to you.
okay.
Yeah, it's coming.
Boom.
Did you just get it?
Just got it. Yep.
Yes.
Let me send that over to
Thank you.
him.
Perfect. While we're waiting for him, as soon as he pops up, I'll add him to the screen. There's something that I wanted to share with you guys as well. So I live in upstate Idaho, right? North Idaho. And Charlie used to come up here. Okay. There's a church called Candlelight Church. Okay. Most of the evangelical Protestant churches up here are so pro-Israel. It's insane, right? Also, one of the times that Charlie came up in 2023, he came up with Rob McCoy. All right. My wife is associated with someone that was a long time congregant of Godspeak Church in Thousand Oaks. And when this individual and their family moved up here, that's who Rob McCoy and Charlie Kirk stayed with when they came up here. Okay. This family met Erika early on in the relationship with Charlie Kirk. This family knows them. All right. It has to always stay anonymous. They don't want to be known and named and anything like that. Do you guys have any idea? Here, I'm going to add Stu real quick, but let's see. Wait, do I not have a 5-person? There better be a way for me to do 5-person. Oh, let me remove that. What the heck? Dude, this is going to be so annoying if I can't add a 5th person. Okay, if my brother-in-law is watching, he better pop up and add a 5th person.
You can kick me out because Stu is way better than me.
All right, let me pull you out. Why is it not? Hold on. Let me add. There we go.
Just hang backstage though. Don't go anywhere.
I
What
can't
up,
hear you
Stu?
guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Yeah.
Hold on a second. Why is it doing this?
When you were
All right,
backstage,
can you guys hear
you
me
would.
now?
Yes. Yes.
Where did Mitch go?
I had
Be
I
off
got you.
before Mitch gets kicked off.
no. He's not kicked off. He's backstage.
Well,
I
was
don't
Mitch
know
here?
what. Yes, he is. So here, let me do this. Ashley, I'm going to pull you off for a second. Okay. I don't know why it's not my presets. I have 2 guests, 3 guests,
You got
4
to give me
guests.
more time than that. You almost caught me in the bathroom, Matt. You know,
I might have to go out and come back in because I cannot hear you guys.
Okay,
So
okay.
let me just try to leave and swing right back.
All right. When he comes
Hey,
back,
Matt.
yeah.
You guys,
Hi,
I
Ash.
don't mean to mess with your audience. Your audience is.
I'm totally fine not being gone for this. I have
This is
no.
Hold on.
I'm like the
Everybody's trying to
fangirl
save
of the
Matt's show.
group.
Don't do that to him. I actually have some stuff to get to, and we're under a deadline, unfortunately.
Okay.
So,
No,
it
you have
would
to be
actually
here
help
while
me
he's
out.
talking about it.
Yeah,
though.
be here, Mitch.
What?
Just you got to be here for a little while he's talking about it because you were kind of there.
Okay.
Don't take off
You guys
yet.
make a decision for me.
You're staying. You're
I'm
staying.
staying.
You and Stu
Amy?
are staying for sure.
All right. Amy says follow what Ash says. All right. I'm here.
We listen. Yeah.
Okay. Let me pull.
Boot the blonde.
Okay. Hold on. All right. Hold on.
Yeah, you just
All right.
booted her. She
All right.
said that.
All right. But my brother.
I just saw her go move the blonde and then bang, she's gone. She's gone. Like peace.
She's going to be back in a second. My brother-in-law's backstage. She's creating a 5-person setup. I've never had 5 people on it one time. So
Congrats, man.
Thank you. What up, dude? Welcome. My name is Matt.
Smash.
This is the Black Line Brief. I watch you all the time, dude. So this is pretty exciting. Thank you for coming on.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Okay, Mitch, or was it Matt? You're the one that brought it up, right?
But
Yeah, you brought up that Stu wanted to come on, correct?
correct. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
texted you earlier, and then he just,
I don't know if he really wanted to come on, but I think we made him. We ganged up on him. We said, come on.
It's all right. It's all right. There's a
We
lot
twisted
going
his
on.
arm.
So
We've
I
had
think,
people following him all around town trying to get it. Yeah.
Okay.
We got him in.
We played your clip from tonight where you were pointing out the Google search trends about Fort Huachuca and what's his name, the Reese's guy, the chief of staff for JD Vance. And then we played the Brian Harple clip with Sean Ryan where he actually says next to him is the chief of staff calling JD Vance about like rushing an autopsy, correct?
yes. Yeah. So let me just take you through this.
Okay.
It's been on my mind who's on the SAM Flight 702. And there's not a whole lot of people that can be on a special air mission flight, which can only be authorized and ordered up by the President of the United States or the Vice President of the United States. So, for example, Kash Patel is not a SAM VIP. You know, this is somebody who's doing the business of the president or doing the business of the vice president, somebody who's on a SAM designated flight with a call sign that starts with SAM, Special Air Mission, is either sending a message directly on behalf of, receiving a message, or doing the business directly on behalf of either the president or the vice president. It's the only way it can be there. And so knowing that it's been confirmed by our own government, as reported by Candace Owens, that Bradley Hansel was on an incoming flight without a SAM designation. So in other words, it was an RCH 702, which came into Fort Huachuca, but then it turned into a SAM on the way out. So that means that Bradley Hansel was not the SAM, and he wouldn't be. He's the Undersecretary of War. Not even he gets a SAM designation. So somebody even more important, you know, was on that aircraft on the way out. So I just kept thinking about this persistently. It's just been on my mind. And so I went all the way back. I'm like, well, let's just start this thing from the beginning. And I thought about what Mitch had told Candace and the way that he described certain people. And then in conversation with me, the one thing that stuck out after I heard his first appearance on Candace, that testimony before he even came on my show, was that there was this really short guy that people had to bend over to talk to. And I remember him saying the same thing to me subsequently on the phone between like scheduling for him to come on and do an interview with me. And I'm like, who is this? And so when I started thinking about SAM designations and looking at the president, okay, well, the president obviously wouldn't be there. I'm pretty certain that Mitch Snow doesn't live so far under a rock that he wouldn't know Donald Trump if he saw him. Probably the same with JD Vance. And if JD Vance were on the base, the Secret Service detail would have been presidential level rather than the amount of personnel that Mitch described seeing. So I thought about Susie Wiles, which would be a SAM. That would be the president's chief of staff. We stick with cancer. We just pray that she doesn't suffer for too long and that it takes her quickly and she can rest in peace. All glory to God Almighty. Pray for Susie Wiles to pass quickly. And then I thought about Jacob Recess. I didn't really know who JD Vance's chief of staff was, so I had to go look at that. And it's this guy called Jacob Recess. When you spell his name, it looks like it's pronounced Reeses, R-E-S-E-S. So I just Googled Jacob Reeses, R-E-S-E-S, and the first thing that pops up is an NBC News article about Jacob Recess leaving the United States government. And there he is, and he comes up to here on JD Vance. I don't know if you guys have seen this guy, if you showed a picture of him or not, but he's just this swarmy, slimy little midget. Yeah, there he is.
Mm.
Look at how tiny he is. You would have
So
to,
little.
if you wanted to say something to him that you didn't want to broadcast, you would literally have to lean down and whisper it in his little weird ears,
Yes.
his little elf ears. And And then I thought that it was kind of curious, like, why would you be leaving? Okay, you're the chief of staff to the vice president in a term that it's 15 months old. It's rather new. The mainstream corporate media MAGA message to the American people is that we're just winning so much. Everybody's just tired of winning. Like the AstroTurf aura of the Trump administration is they're just killing it at every level. And JD Vance, in my opinion, is the actor that is in the pipeline to become the next president of the United States. The guy is the creation of Peter Thiel. In order to affect a lot of the objectives that I see coming to fruition, they need to have the installation of the AI-driven super surveillance state, not too different from the open air stuff that we see in Palestine. That's Peter Thiel. That's JD Vance. This is the pipeline.
Yep.
And why would you want to leave that? So I started looking into who he was, where he comes from, and it became pretty obvious that when he moves on, he probably won't sacrifice anything. He's very well connected, very powerful guy. The guy came out of the Heritage Foundation, which is the author of Project Esther. They're the authors of Project 2025. You guys should look into that, by the way, if you've not read the 34 pages in Project Esther. It's an unbelievable blueprint. Everything that we're seeing right now, it lays it out in a timeline along with the enforcement mechanisms. I'm not going to say, I know we're on YouTube, so I'm not going to say a whole lot more than that. But Project Esther, authored by the so-called conservative think tank, the Heritage Foundation, which is where Jacob Recess comes out of. Prior to that, even during high school and college, he was working with the Clintons. So he plays both sides of all of this. He's just plugged into American politics at the highest levels, starting in high school. He worked for Josh Hawley, who I believe is spiritually Jewish, and then went on to work with JD Vance as a senator and then ultimately as his chief of staff as the vice president of the United States. Well, you could probably create some context here. It's my opinion that Charlie Kirk was kind of slated in that pipeline to be considered as a vice presidential running mate to JD Vance for the presidential spot in 2028. Seemed like a perfect fit. We all know toward the end of Charlie's life some of the things that he was openly saying, and I think that presented a problem. There would be a conflict there in ideologies, and you guys can read between the lines here. I think that ultimately what was going to happen is that if Charlie Kirk were able to publicly say on college campuses what he was privately saying and what he was saying on his show, that the impact it would have had on the political future, the spiritual future, the physical future of our country, with college-age kids all over the country, would have been problematic for the plans that JD Vance has kind of been created and propped up to help usher in. And so I went to Ana Escobar and I said, hey, can you do your magic and run a search on, well, first I did it and I came up with nothing. I was running Jacob Reese's through Sierra Vista, Arizona, in every way that I could think of, with his title, without his title, all these things. I couldn't get anything to come up. And I thought to myself, well, maybe he's just high enough profile that they didn't have to do that. And I was trying to, because there were just so many other things that connected him. And I wasn't even really necessarily certain that I needed the Google Trends data. But then Ana Escobar said his name is pronounced Recess. If there were, and just so that your audience is aware, the reason why the Google image search stuff matters is because when there is a guest arriving on a base, they need to be escorted from an airport, from a runway, from a tarmac, from a hotel, from a caravan onto the base. Whoever's escorting them on, whatever enlisted personnel is escorting them on, needs to know what they look like so that they know that they're ushering the right dude onto the base. So we see these Google Trends image searches popping for, Andrew Colvett, Johnny Moore from Kairos in their Kairos capacities, people from Crane, Brian Harpole, the driver of the SUV that day, Justin Davis, was searched the day before Charlie died. and a lot of other people that would be in what I told Anna. I'm like, this looks like what you would call the perfect procurement pipeline for what it is that we're speculating may have taken place outside of mainstream theories. And she said, it's pronounced recess. What are the chances that a lower level enlistee who just doesn't really care just spelled it RECESS, as in the recess that you would take as a kindergartner on the playground? And that's when it came up. And the way that it came up was it was searched in the capacity of somebody who would know what his exact title is. So it was the V POTUS, Jacob Recess, COS, which obviously is Vice President of the United States, Jacob Recess, Chief of Staff. And bang, there it was on 8 September 2025. So I then was reminded actually by Mitch that Brian Harpole had talked about the vice president and a phone call that was made while they were at Timpanogos Regional Hospital, allegedly. I guess nobody has seen them there. According to Candace's reporting earlier tonight, the place was vacated hours before he arrived. But along with the phone calls with surgeons and the talks about Superman-like neck bones of steel, there were also phone calls with the vice president about autopsies. And Brian Harpole says, I was standing with the chief of staff when the vice president called. Well, I don't think the vice president is calling for the chief of staff of Charlie Kirk, Mikey McCoy. I don't think JD Vance is like, let me talk to Mikey McCoy right now. That just doesn't make sense. And combined with everything else from the Google image searches, his departure, his physical description being a complete match, his background, and also the motivation because of his alignment to JD Vance, who I think would have more interest in any of that kind of activity than anybody else. And Peter Thiel and all of the people who are interested in what it is that JD Vance has set forth for objectives. So it's pretty damning, to say the least. I think that it's probably, the more of this data that confirms what Mitch Snow originally reported, the more sinking feeling I get. It's not like one of these, oh yes, we cracked the case. It's like, I really wish that this could have been disproven. But unfortunately, I think that everything that we have mapped out about our suspicions is just becoming more and more of a reality every day. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Stu. I mean, all of you. I'd just like to say, because it looks like we've got somebody in here that, what is it? Truth, love, what is it? I'm watching the chat go by, and you got truth, love, happiness. You know what? Bring on the questions. Go ahead and question me. That's fine. It was a tip. Like I said, it was there was no expectation of being covered by Candace Owens or getting on her show. That's not what it was offered as. It was just we were doing our own research on me being down there and their reaction to me. We were looking for our local congressman to give us some answers as to why I was treated like that when I'm doing something that's constitutionally protected, like, petitioning your government for records. And technically those are my records. They may be classified or whatever, but they're mine. So trying to seek those answers. To get treated like that, we were looking for answers from congressmen to figure out what's going on. And that's when, I recognize people. And how do you put this? I really don't have a dog in the game, whether they're there or not, whether I recognize them or not. As Candace Owens and I said, I could be mistaken. It's a tip. Go ask them if they were there, if it had anything to do with what you're doing. For me, I'm looking at, it's either a whole bunch of false flagging that have been erroneously false flagged systematically, and that has to be dealt with. But also when you start down those researching angles and asking Congress to step in, you also have to be sure it wasn't something else. And then this came up. It wasn't something we didn't like having to admit. Maybe it was something else. And because that doesn't get us quick answers. So we have to eliminate, by a process, which is the only way we could do that was to offer up this tip and we hoped, somebody would take it and deal with it. We got on Candace Owens, and there's no way we could have predicted the reaction, or how much vileness would come out of this, or that people would go after your family or try to make things worse for you, like divorce court or anything else. That's pretty low. That's something that, especially in special forces, it used to be that's a man code you don't violate. I guess they've changed the rules now.
Yeah, you don't mess with someone's family.
So, yeah. There'll be a time to account for that kind of stuff. I promise you. That said, I think that the investigations that have come from this, following it and looking into things, have given some people some answers. I think Stu brought up the first point also is the reaction of, that opposing side and their players and proxies. I think at some point you have to start measuring their response as to, what they were doing there. It's really not me who has implicated them so much as their response to it of just a suggestion.
Well, they haven't even given alibis yet. They've given false
Tried
alibis.
to. Fake ones.
Yeah.
Somebody else's kid, wrong day.
Yeah, not even the right age kid.
And the thing is, Johnny Moore, Kairos, Andrew Kovic, Kairos,
Yes.
Justin Davis, Driver, Brian Harpole, the guys from Crane, none of these people would have likely ever been searched if it would not have been for this visceral, deceptive, knee-jerk whiplash reaction. Andrew Colvett working with Erika to provide this weird alibi to this YouTuber called Gary Melton, who came out of JSOC, former special forces. There's just a lot of that going on. And then, he outed that while he was live on air because they're just not prepared for this type of action.
Yeah.
And, I just think there's so many variables that if early on it would have been handled differently by these people, there would have been a lot of, okay, that's tragic,
Yeah, I agree.
It's a horrible thing that happened to him. Nobody supports political violence. Every year on September 10th, people would remember Charlie Kirk. And that kind of would have been that, I think.
Yeah.
But this, the unaccounted for variables, there were a couple of them, and one of them was a malfunctioning device, in my opinion. The other one was Mitch Snow, in my opinion, and they just can't get around them. They were not prepared for those two things to happen. I mean, I think people probably would have said, well, this Erika, she's like bizarre. She's weird and makes me feel uncomfortable. But I don't think any of this would have
That
been.
by itself wouldn't have been much. Yeah. Yeah.
Certainly,
But
they would have just told her to go sit down and
Right.
shut up,
Right.
But this is a whole new thing. And they've been caught lying so many times. And this, can you imagine being them, sitting at this desk? I've said this before and I just keep thinking about this. Imagine sitting at Charlie's desk behind his microphone, going in every day. You have to go in every day. If you don't, that's really sus. What are you going to do? Leave the country, go to Israel, go to Thailand,
Well,
go
where's
to
Mikey
Australia.
McCoy?
I don't know, but isn't he the one who said to look into Andrew Kovic? And the more you do that, the more you realize, wow, yeah, that's the guy to look into, isn't he? And then, you know, Tyler Boyer slipping up with Jack Posobiec sitting next to him saying that Mikey McCoy turned into Charlie's handler. And it's just like, these guys can't get out of their own way.
Yep.
And, you know, when you hold on to something for a while and watch them squirm, they hang themselves almost every single time.
Yeah.
So,
did y'all see the video that came out where it was Jeremy Boring was actually sitting with Gary Melton when Gary was saying that he watched it happen live and then he kind of stumbled over himself?
Yep.
But Jeremy Boring was even saying that he was with the head of his security people in a steakhouse in Tennessee.
Correct.
And he was getting the information about what was going on in the SUV.
Correct.
At the same time as then we've got, you know, midget horse rider in LA apparently getting
Ben Shapiro on the
information
phone.
too.
Yeah. So that's a video that they shot at Jeremy Boring's house. I played it on here.
When Jeremy
Turk-
Boring's wearing the Gucci jacket.
Yeah, we looked it up. It was like $1,500 for this Gucci jacket, and he's got this key around his necklace, his neck for, I don't know, dude. So Gary Melton says he's streaming it. He was watching it live stream. Dana Loesch on her show, like the next day, says that she was watching a live stream. Quite a number of people connected to them say that they were watching it live stream. Then they tried to backpedal when they realized that all of us didn't watch it live stream. We watched it like live because people like recorded it like live when it happened, but we weren't watching it while it happened. And what was the other part you said? Oh yeah. So Jeremy Boring was at a steakhouse restaurant meeting with the heads of the security team, of Ben Shapiro security team.
Like he had the CEO with him.
Yes. And then Ben Shapiro's on the phone with either Dan Flood, because he's in the passenger front seat. You know, Justin's driving. You got Rick Cutler holding on to Brian Harple. Brian Harple's sticking all the 36 feet of gauze. And then we got Frank Turek in the back praying out loud the whole time. So the only two people with two hands would be Frank Turek and Dan Flood. Those would be the two options of calling or answering the phone with Ben Shapiro while they're in the SUV.
until Frank Turek is the guy who the last 30 seconds of the ride administered CPR on a 5 to 8 minute ride. That's when he decided to start doing that so that he could look
I want to know which one of
heroic
them
or
was the
something.
one that said, "Get that thing off of him."
What thing?
Whose voice was that? That's what Candace said, that in the recording there is actually, like, they dropped it, they were hanging up on 911, but then it kept going.
She
And
heard
somebody-
a 911 call from someone from inside the SUV.
Was that Monday? It was this week. Yeah, she said that she heard it. She didn't play it. She heard it where after it was like the phone was supposed to be hung up and then it wasn't. So then it was just playing while they're not talking to the 911 person. And there were like two main things that were said. And one of them was, "Get that thing off of him."
I bet I know what that thing was.
The patch.
I bet you do.
I bet it was the magnet and the case of this.
The Rode mic.
This is the exact mic right here. I have many
Well,
of
careful
them
with that thing.
because I keep taking them apart to look at different things. I've been talking to John Bray a lot about these, and he's been recreating them. This is the fourth set of them that I bought and destroyed. Looking into different aspects of the insides of these things. But yeah, there's a circuit board that has a wire that's connected to the battery.
Yeah.
And you can see those things, flying around. And it wasn't struck. The story is not that it was struck with a bullet. So they were flying around for some reason. Anyway, that's these magnets that go on these things. So this one in particular doesn't have a magnet on it. I've got the magnets for it, but you just slide a magnetic thing over this clip. And then the magnet is, this shape.
Yep.
And then they had it placed on the inside of his shirt, and all you could see was the magnet, right?
Right.
Those magnets, no matter what you do, and these things are, relatively lightweight. I mean, they're not super heavy,
Right.
but they're the case is going to stick onto that magnet no matter what happens.
Yeah, it's a
That
heavy duty
clip's going to
magnet.
stay there. It's a heavy duty magnet.
Yeah.
I would imagine that they probably would they'd have an interest in getting that off of him.
That's what Candace was saying, that or his shirt or his necklace, or if something else was on him. She's obviously speculating to be like, we don't know. But the first thing that they said was, we've got him, we're headed to the hospital. And then later in the call, you hear, get that thing off of him.
Yeah, I would bet that it was probably the thing that was left behind on the device, which is the magnet. We know that so the road mic was put on different that day. You see Charlie mess with it, and it's like set on its side, which is probably another part of the variable that they didn't account for, or there was also a malfunction. But the magnet stayed. In the initial videos, John Bray initially thought the magnet was the thing that went in the neck, because the initial videos, it looks like the magnet disappeared. But then other videos came out, and once he realized, and once he got the road mic and he took it apart, the battery on the inside is the exact same size as the magnet, and he saw other videos that showed the magnetic clasp is still there. And after the explosion happens, you can see the circuit board come over here, and it has that thing connected to the battery, that little wire that Stu was talking about. And the circuit board, you see it peek out of the collar of the shirt. It's like a little blue tint circuit board.
It's all on video.
Yeah, it literally
it's
is.
Literally all on video. You would have to disbelieve your lying eyes to not, you can watch it frame by frame. You can see the battery come out. That's when the drainage starts.
Yep.
Hey, Stu.
Well, go, Mitch.
If you could, Stu, check your messages there. I'm getting a little bit of, things are developing so quickly. It's so strange how everybody is just coming together on all this stuff. My phone's been blowing up all day, and I'm so sorry. I've been looking at it.
Oh, you're okay.
But yeah, Stu, you might want to check that out before saying anything. Emily is wonderful. I'll tell you later, Ashley. Not a problem. I'm sure if something comes of it, Stu knows what to do.
Well, while he's looking at that, something interesting that Candace said too, I think today, was that the FBI made 3 or 4, I could be getting that wrong if somebody remembers in the chat, but they made them strip head to toe at the hospital and took their clothing. That was said today.
Wait. So the FBI shows up and makes everyone in the security team, like everyone in the SUV, strip their clothing from head to toe, and they took the clothing.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, that's weird, because based on Brian Harple and Frank Turk's story, they got there and were so, they felt so bad for the hospital staff who deal with blood every day. They deal with stab victims, gunshot victims, car victims. Like they're
down to the boxers is what somebody said. That's right. Good job, chat. Sorry.
It's okay.
They weren't just naked. Yeah.
No, they put on scrubs. Okay, but they said that they, changed out of their clothing because they were like Braveheart. They had blood everywhere, But you're saying that Candace said actually the FBI shows up and tells them to strip and hand their clothes over as evidence.
Yes. Candace is looking for any type of leak in Timpanogos that could contact her if they saw any of this go down, whatever. What is it? Candace Owens tips or whatever. What is her email? Because she's always plugging.
Yeah. That's interesting. Why wouldn't that have, I wonder why that hasn't come up in any court documents. It doesn't go with the official FedSlop narrative. So, they're not going to use it in the preliminary hearing. They're going to leave certain pieces of evidence out that don't, help their case against Tyler Robinson, which is so ridiculous. Everyone got quiet.
I know. I was expecting Stu to say something.
I don't know. Something happened.
He's reading. This must be a big deal. Hey, what are you reading, Stu?
Yeah. let me get right back to you on that.
What's on that phone?
Mitch does that to me all the time when I'm on the phone with him.
But I have become a little.
You cut out.
Give him a minute, guys. Give him a minute.
They cut his internet.
I just let people connect with people. I send them in the right direction. If something happens, then great.
Stu is invested.
We have a friend out there, Em, and she's doing Em and Charlie's Angels 47 and oh, good God,
Girls.
Project
Girls.
Constitution, and there's a lot of people out there. They are working hard for Charlie, really working hard. Showing real heart with things, trying to figure out answers. And yeah, I try to pass them to people like Stu, Candace Owens, Baron Coleman, pretty much wherever the information should go. And I try to just get out of the way, and let you guys do what you do. And then I sit here and I let you guys make fun of me. Where's that truth person at? The truth love, whatever. Oh yeah, they were ripping me apart there in the chat channel. I was going back and forth with
Is
them.
that my chat?
Bless their heart.
I think you're on my channel, Mitch, because I see you in the chat.
Yeah, I don't even see a chat, but I'm on StreamYard, so
yeah. And Mystic, who mods for Blackline Brief, she's over on my channel too. So she may have kicked them out, to be honest.
Oh, was there people giving you?
I'm not real bad. No, they were just giving. They had questions, and they were challenging. They were challenging stuff, and that's you should respectfully, but you should. And
I mean,
you want to challenge me? If I can answer questions, I'll do it.
I mean, based on everything that Stu Peters just laid out so eloquently, the fact that they haven't tried, that they haven't given adequate alibi to anything, you add in what John Bray's done, and then the whole AES, Accurate Energetic Systems Plan, exploding 30 days after Charlie Kirk's assassination, totally level it. 16 to, what was it? The total death count was 18. What was it? 16 or 18 people.
At the same time, the plane almost exclusively used by Pete Hegseth, the one that was used for the SAM Flight 702, where we're asking if potentially Jacob Recess was on board. 30 days later, that same plane coming out of Fort Huachuca, really weird, on its way to Joint Base Andrews. This time, the call sign was SAM 112, which means, again, this is another extremely high-ranking member of the United States government. Just so happens to take the scenic route detour to fly low and slow over the AES facility while it's smoldering. I'm sure all of that just happened in a vacuum. I put that into 3 different AI platform calculators and asked it to determine what the odds of that happening, and all 3 of them, one of them said impossible, the other one said incalculable, and the other one produced some insane number that I couldn't even pronounce. I didn't even know there was a word for a number that high. It just, none of this stuff happened in a vacuum. This is not a coincidence. I'm not going to be gaslit into believing that. But, for people asking or challenging or looking for clarification from Mitch Snow, I'm totally all about that. I'm just thinking that we're probably running out of ways to do that at this point with all of the corroboration and,
it doesn't do great for you. Some
that's
people
what I was saying.
When they do, I have had a, oh boy, not necessarily checkered past, but I've had troubles and I've had to face some stuff, and you don't come out of fights clean, and you get marks, and it's, you guys want to question those marks and stuff, you go right ahead. Those Morganarios out there who think they're perfect, they have a perfect life and their perfect dress as they're, going to the perfect White House or something. God bless them. Yeah, okay, that's great.
We're
I ain't
gearing
had
up for 2.0.
the luxury for that life to not have any problems, to just float around like that. I've had to deal with other things, and so I try to keep it as straight as I can.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think you do. I think it's all these other people that are trying to attack you personally and throw stones when they live in a glass house. So
they've had to try pretty hard, I think I'm the only person I know where my government has been caught making up conspiracy theories about a single person, me, multiple times now. That's a little bit counterintuitive. That's strange, isn't it? I find it strange. I want answers.
Is that Dan Flood?
I was like, what is he doing?
Good God.
Wait, but how long did it
Dan
take
Flood?
to recognize that that's who it looks like?
Is that Amy says that's her ringtone now? That's her.
Is that Dan Flood?
For those of you in the chat, I don't know whose chat I'm in. I'm in StreamYard too, and I'm looking at it. But I mean, who does everybody in the chat think it was? I don't know.
I just hadn't clicked on.
I might be known for recognizing people, but I don't know.
I hadn't clicked on comments. I was still in the private chat thing. Nobody's saying anything in the private chat because we're all saying it here.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, go ahead.
The private chat is dead.
Hey, Matt, do you have a way of putting up a vote or something like that?
Yeah, I can put up a poll. What am I asking? Because I don't know what. Did you guys see?
If it looks like Dan
throw
Flood.
up the picture and ask people who they think it is.
The X picture of them side by side, the guy at your front door and Dan Flood? Yeah.
Not the scary ears.
What?
You'll get shadow banned for posting.
Yeah,
those
don't show
ears.
the ear. Yeah,
careful.
God forbid.
Didn't I just do that?
Graphic. No, I'm just kidding. Graphic warning on X for the ears. Don't do that.
All right.
But Mitch, from when you first had him show up at your door to when somebody said, "Is that Dan Flood?" How long was that?
It wasn't all that long. It was probably that was about a week and a half, 2 weeks, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never really gone back to look at the days right now seem both long and short because we have so much stuff going on. So many things happen in between. So sometimes it feels like it's been a year and other times it feels like it's been 2 days.
He needs to hit
it
the
wasn't
gym.
that long. It was a matter of like, well, it was less than 2 weeks because it was during the time. Let's see, it happened just before Candace went on vacation, and I think Candace was back when she commented on it. So,
yeah, Stu, we went over about his
I
meta
should say Miss
glasses
Owens.
looking
Everybody
in.
else is calling her Candace. I get used to that too, and I'm try to call people properly when I can.
All right, I threw the poll up there. It's up there now. Yeah, I think it is. I mean, look,
there you go.
You look at his nose. He's got the meta glasses, what it looks like to me. And based on what Mitch said tonight, too, that on the Ring doorbell camera, the guy activates, his meta glasses and then starts to peek through the house. So, yeah, I think it's uncanny.
I had a really, really good side-by-side. Actually, I'm trying to find it right now. It was better than the one that I actually played on the air. Here's another good side-by-side. Remember how originally Mitch was shown pictures and I think Candace showed him Cabot Phillips and he's like, yeah, that was it. And look at, do these guys look identical to you?
Oh
Yeah, yes, they do.
So
Whoa.
this guy is Cabot Phillips.
Yep.
This guy is not. This guy was also Google image searched in the weeks leading up to Charlie's death from Fort Huachuca. And he works as a part of the perfect procurement pipeline, like textbook. His role fits right in there with replicating the technology of weapons that are used by other nations. For example, maybe pagers that were used to target members of Hezbollah,
Yeah.
It's just, again, every single day, every instance, it's like you work as hard as you can to try to debunk everything that Mitch Snow says that he saw, which, by the way, throughout this entire case, the trial of Tyler Robinson, the investigation, everybody that we've talked to, every single thing that's happened, do you know that there's only one first-person eyewitness testimony in this entire thing, and it belongs to Mitch Snow?
Yeah.
Anyway,
that son of a bitch.
as you try to,
And
as
then
you work as hard as you
Candace
can to disprove everything that he said, you just keep not being able to do that anymore. Like it just keeps getting ruled out. So yeah,
Yeah, it's insane. Sorry, go ahead.
A little bit difficult that way. Sorry. Yeah, tell truth there. Apparently, they're still going at truth, love, happiness, or whatever. Pleasant soul that one is. Something about George Webb. If you guys want to talk about him, I personally I don't know the guy. He just came here with a few other people attached to him, and they were acting pretty improper, to say the least. But they implicated themselves in connection with others and doing some very questionable things. It's not exactly the way to get an interview, I don't think.
That guy's weird.
Yeah. I
his theories and stuff, I have no idea.
In the words of Nick Fuentes, icky, ew, icky.
Nick Fuentes, yeah, that guy,
icky,
that
guy.
Oh, yeah, I don't know, George Webb, and there's a few of them out there. I think that's some of them are so creative with all the things they come up with.
Yeah.
Amy's back here. She's been writing my resume, copying it all down. Boy, the next time I go for a job,
you're gonna list all the things they claim you did, all the places
you get paid extra for everything people say you did.
Right.
Yeah. It's pretty incredible. But there's a lot of creative people out there. You should question things.
Yeah,
there are creative people.
So, like Blake Neff's brother, right? Is it his brother that was or is stationed at Fort Huachuca, and then like Andrew Colvett's family member, Erika Kirk, filmed a movie there, and her mom has military contracts and connections there. Like literally every single person there has a connection to Fort Huachuca.
Yes. I don't know if it's Blake Neff's. I don't know if it's Blake Neff's brother, but certainly it is a relative. And then also, Blake Neff used to war game for the Marine Corps.
Yes.
Never served in the military at all. How is he wargaming about how we're going to use the Marines to invade other countries? But yes, Captain Neff is the one who actually was spending quite a bit of time with Mitch on the base that day. And yeah, two of Andrew Colvett's brothers work on Fort Huachuca. And I just heard today there was another one. There was a caller on my show. Who did she say is working court security for the Tyler Robinson case? It's a relative of was it Boyer? I don't want to say for sure, but another one of these people has a relative that's working court security for the Tyler Robinson trial, which I haven't confirmed that, but that was like a phone call, the very last phone call on my show tonight. And I'm like, I would have said like, okay, whatever. But now at this point, it's like they're everywhere. Which exactly ironically is I think how Charlie Kirk felt, when he was at Bill Ackman's mansion in the Hamptons and he looked around and there was Mikey McCoy and there was Erika Kirk and he's like, they're everywhere. They're all around me.
Yeah, and so Tyler Boyer and Terrell Farnsworth both are
Farnsworth. That's what it is. There is a Farnsworth working court security,
and they're
is
both
it Tyler Farnsworth, Terrell's brother. Probably, maybe. But is that?
He's the guy that told Charlie.
Keeping it in the fan.
He's the guy that told Charlie to move the mic from the right to left right before the Big Bang. He's the guy that ran away, got up on the thing, and did that horrible acting job. Charlie's dead. Oh, God help him. Charlie's dead. And then he filmed it from an elevated location to get the perfect shot of them getting in the car. He's the one that took down the SD. He's the one that ran over him, and Philip Goldsberry realized that Adam Bartholomew is filming them over there. And they're like, dude, what are we going to do? We got to get the SD cards. And they're like, just take the chair Charlie died on and stand on it. Yeah. Just ruin the crime scene, take the chair, put it up, and just take it out. What are they going to do? All the cops work with us. We're good. Chief Long comes over.
Yeah. He waited for the cop to walk away. And then actually the only crime that we see on video throughout this entire thing so far has been Farnsworth. tampering with a crime scene and evidence, and stepping on the chair that Charlie was sitting in, and removing SD cards from every camera, and then they're like putting them in the hat in a little brim, and like just like covertly just walking away. Not sus at all. You know,
a camera guy trying to hide from cameras like that.
So if something were to
funny.
happen to Tyler Robinson at court, I wonder if this Farnsworth fellow would be the first responder.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh,
Mm.
I didn't think about that.
And the Farnsworth
They
or
have some beefy security there that Charlie did not get after he told everybody they were going to kill him.
So I spoke with somebody who
Refusal or something.
there's let me just see, how do I say this? I'm not even going to say. I just happen to know that there are some officers that work in the facility where Tyler Robinson's being held that are very, very concerned and keeping a really close eye on the sudden influx of federal inmates that are being transferred into this facility.
No way.
And so
What?
they're keeping an eye on. Yeah, I mean, how do you put this guy on trial?
You can't. They were supposed to kill him. They were supposed to Lee Harvey him, and it didn't work. And now after the prelim and all of their attempts to tell us there's a mountain of evidence, we just didn't see it. It's overwhelming, and we're all like, no, actually, you guys just showed us how bad this case is against them. I think they don't have a choice but to do something. Sadly, to try something like that.
We need to go back to that for a second. Okay, you said that. Say it again, Stu.
There are concerns inside of the facility where Tyler Robinson is being held, obviously for his safety. And there are federal inmates that are being transferred into this facility. And these federal transfers happen all the time. There will be federal inmates in your local county jail that they'll appear on your jail roster for a couple of days and then they're gone. Like if you watch your jail roster, because state departments of correction, federal departments of correction, they'll move inmates through different facilities throughout their process when they're holding for transport to other federal facilities, because federal inmates move around quite a bit depending on what it is that they're locked up for. But there apparently is somewhat of an eye-popping number of these instances happening recently, and there's been some concern about that, which is like the last thing that I wanted to hear.
Yeah, especially because we didn't get the end of the prelim, and now they're going to be, what is it, like briefing back and forth, and then we get to hear on September 2nd or something, 5th or something, they're going to do the final 4-hour arguments, and then Judge Graff will determine whether or not there's probable cause. That's enough time between now and then for something tragic to happen to Tyler Robinson.
Man.
Yeah, I think something's coming. I think something's coming down the
I
pipeline.
saw in the
through the
chat
fall.
somebody said that their son is a corrections officer and you can't have that kind of conflict of interest, but you can. You absolutely can have that. We don't live in a place where like rules are and followed. It happens all the time. And trust me, as a person who's been in and out of jails for 15 years, as a guy who was chasing fugitives and jailing people and picking people up from jails and going in and out of hospitals with fugitives, and then bringing them to different lockup facilities and talking to DOC guys and U.S. Marshals about where this inmate is going to be, that happens all the time. Those conflicts of interest are very, very common. And it happens all the time. That's how people end up dead in these lockup facilities.
Like on purpose, right?
Well, of course. Yeah. I mean, and there are slip ups that happen when people are locked up for certain crimes, where they are supposed to be in this safe housing unit or segregated here. And they're, all of a sudden, something happened and they're dead. Well, now this guy who hurt a lot of children is just no longer alive, and it's too bad. That kind of stuff happens all the time. So I'm not going to be gaslit into believing that these things don't mistakenly happen,
Right.
It does. So
An accidentally on purpose type of thing.
I think it's a concern that there's an
Yeah.
influx. There should be no changes. But the good news is the people who are, man, I don't know how to say this. The good news is that it's on the radar of the people who are keeping an eye on him, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Some people that are.
So I think
not
that the people who are there
notice.
in charge of his safety and security are very aware of this. But I don't know. I mean, I've come to learn that if a certain group of people wants to get at you, they will.
Yeah. Did you guys see? Okay, I want to show something real quick because I noticed something. Do you guys? So the rooftop video that Candace played, which is the video that they played in court, obviously not 4K, obviously not high def, and I played the video of Trump on September 12th saying that the video was so bad that he's the size of an ant and basically useless. He popped out. There we go. Basically, Trump said on September 12th that same video was useless and that the person on top is the size of an ant. That's the same video that like Benny Johnson, Brandon Tatum, Graham Allen all came out on that Friday and said it's high quality, high def 4K, blah, 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 blah. All right, this is the footage. Okay, look over to the left. This is supposedly the top left of the Losi Center, right? Do you see this corner building right there? Right here, if you see my pink cursor, do you see this building and it's casting a shadow right here? You guys see that on the left side, this building?
Yep.
All right. So that's not supposed to be there. All right. And do you see this space right here? This is an actual, like an empty space of the roof. And I'll show you, I have the Google Earth right here. All right. So I'll zoom in and then I'm going to hit 2D so it turns. All right. Okay. And right about there. All right. So see this empty space, these triangles right here?
Yeah.
Can you guys see my pink cursor?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. That's the empty space. This is supposedly the corner that Tyler, I call it Eagle Boy because it wasn't Tyler Robinson. There is no building right here. Okay, this building over here is covered with trees. This is way over here. There's nothing here, and I'll show you too that it's not this building. It's not a different view. Do you see these black 3 spaces right here on top of the windows? The building on top of the Losi Center, that extra little with glasses all over the glass windows.
Yeah.
And you see it has these like grates above those windows.
Mm-hmm.
They're like rectangles. All right, so if we go back to this video, all right, there's no grates on this. So this isn't a different view. Somebody else reported that this is a different place on the Losi Center, and it's a different angle. There's no black grates above this window. Okay, so it's not. I don't know where this is. I've looked all over the campus to try to find this. Also, this is a very bad quality, right? But here's this freeway sign, and back here's this Mormon like steeple in the distance. If we were to look and I zoom out, okay, and we come over here, there is a freeway sign, green one over here. This is a big one, okay? And then there's a little one right here, but that steeple, let me zoom out more so I can, it's way over here. It's way over here. All right. So if like, let me zoom out more. All right. So here's the Losi Center. All right. Way down here. Hopefully you guys can see my pink cursor still. I tried to make it as big as I can. It should be, the green sign should be like right here and the steeple should be like right there. The green sign's way over here. The steeple's way over here. Not to mention there is no building right here. And this is supposedly the corner that Eagle Boy was perched on to get, like, let me do this so that we can see the line of sight real quick. To supposedly get the line of sight from here down to Charlie. So if I go back to here, it's, I don't know what this is. I don't know. There's no building even near that this could be some sort of weird perspective. I have no clue what video, like what part of the roof this is. we don't see it uninterrupted. We see different cuts of the video. Let me mute this real quick. So we really have no clue where this is on the Losi Center. So it's insane. I just wanted to point that out. I noticed that today. Some other people were saying that it's a different angle on the Losi Center and that building is the thing on top of the Losi Center, but it's missing some key aspects, architectural parts, which is like those 3 grates on top of the windows. Plus it's over there where that empty triangular space is. It's not in the center where there is no empty triangle spaces around it. So I don't know what we're looking at, honestly.
I mean, whenever Candace was playing the video, there's a different color halo around the entire guy. And while he's in that space where he's supposedly, you know, taking the shot, it's blurrier than when he starts going towards the right side of the screen. And then he becomes a much clearer person. I immediately was like, what is this? It almost just looks like they implanted somebody onto that roof.
Stu, what's the technology that Israel has? They can tap into surveillance video real time and edit things in real time and not leave any trace. Do you know? I forget. It's not Cellbrite. That's the people that pull it after
Gideon.
They have the ability to edit surveillance footage in real time and people there wouldn't notice and it doesn't leave a trace.
I'm trying to figure out if it could potentially be a perspective thing. Here's the other thing is that video that Candace is showing,
yes, Stu.
I'm just trying to think how to say this. That the video that Candace is showing is it's a recording of a recording. So
is
imagine,
it really?
Yeah. So imagine that I've got, you know, this is a phone and I'm viewing this on this phone. I'm on like a FaceTime with you on this phone. And then I've got my other phone and I'm recording the FaceTime with you in full screen. Okay. So there could be hues and halos. You see like some like animalic lines that are kind of running through the footage too. That's because it's not coming straight from the CCTV system. It's coming by way of other methods out of there. There's more to that video too.
Yeah, there's stuff cut out of it that we never saw.
So after the roof jumper does his roof jumping,
yeah,
I'll bet everybody in here $6 million that what you're going to see is when he makes it over, when you see the wood line that he runs toward, before he gets there, you're going to see several guys rustling around in the woods. And then when they kind of get done
they were saying the
rustling around
missing
in
part
the
was
woods,
at the beginning. There was missing part at the end.
the roof jumper is going to do his roof jumping and run toward the woods. And he's going to go into the exact same spot where there are
This video?
2 to 4 guys, and they are waiting there for him. And after the roof jumper goes into the woods, one of the other guys comes out. It's a guy that we've never seen before, wearing a completely different outfit than anybody has ever shown us, a completely different backpack. Then the crowd is running from the incident. And the guy turns around. We get a good 360-degree view of him, and then he goes back into the woods. Who do you suppose would be waiting in the woods for the roof jumper? And why do people keep stopping the video before we get to that point?
Yeah. So there's more of this.
There's more to the video.
It captures him crossing the street. We see the white car that seemed to be stalling in the parking lot.
Wait. Stu, do you have the video?
I don't have it.
How do you know about it?
Well, this
listen, there's just some things that I just know, and I can't say how I know.
Yeah,
and you just got to respect that.
Yep.
You're just going to have to respect that. But you will see it, and it will come out. But I just know, like when I look deadpan into the camera and I say, I know Erika Kirk was in the Candlewood Inn and Suites lobby on Fort Huachuca. It's because I know. Yeah, I know what I'm telling you to be true is true. So you will see it. Take me out or don't. But you can start asking right now, why would somebody be waiting in the woods for the roof jumper? And who are they? I guess the whole lone wolf gunman at that point just kind of goes right out the window, doesn't it?
For sure. If he supposedly has a rifle in his hand of any size, let alone a 45 to 48 inch Mauser 98, all of these cars would have called at least one. The people walking by, somebody would have noticed some sort of weird object in the shape and length of a rifle underneath whatever tarp he has, a whoopee or whatever kind of tarp that he had in his hand. Oh, it didn't show any.
Wait. Hold on. Keep that there.
Hold
on. Wait, which one?
Go back to the
one with him in the stairwell.
Is that Tyler Robinson?
No.
Oh, no. Is that? Wait.
You know, Matt, you should check your text messages.
Okay.
I've got, one of the pictures from my phone that a lot of people have been wanting to see. So you can go ahead and display that.
You want me to put this up?
Is that Tyler Robinson?
No.
Where's
the? See, he bent his right knee here, on the way down the stairwell, going under that little underpass before he makes it to the on campus. It's supposedly his right knee that has the rifle in it. He can't remember which knee is supposed to have the rifle down his pant leg.
Right, he did the switch.
Yeah,
yeah,
multiple times it happened.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. See here, his left leg is completely bent. There's the video that they showed in court. It actually shows the step that he takes off of this second one to the third one, and he bends his right knee. Plus, these pants are tight enough to see the outline of the phone in his right pocket.
Yeah, but not the rifle.
Right.
Right.
Screwdriver.
Was it Don Jr. that called him baggy jeans?
Oh, what a piece of work that guy is.
Yeah.
He was there too. He got the call to go to the prelim so he can.
You know how I know that he has a rifle in his pants? Because I can see the phone. That giveaway.
Totally. Well, that's where, remember, they switched back and forth in the beginning when people were, reporting on this, and they're like, well, no, it's in the backpack. And then all of these people did breakdowns of Mausers, and they had massive backpacks, and still the barrel or the buttstock will still stick out of a backpack. It's too big of a gun, even broken down.
No, they were even trying to show to where the gun was only going down to his knee so he could bend his knee, and it could have gone up his shirt. So
okay,
it was
I'm 5'11". I looked up the length of a Mauser, and I pulled up a measuring tape. It goes if it was assembled, it would go way up in my armpit, but it would stick down out of my bottom of my pant leg, and you'd see it either in my low ankle Chuck Taylors. That's how long it is on me, 5'11". It goes from my armpit down to my ankle if it was assembled, right? Supposedly it's disassembled, and that means it's in two parts, and that because that's what they say, right? That's what the screwdriver's for. That's what they say. That one video shows. Andrew Colvett yesterday said that there's actually a second angle video. I don't know if you guys noticed this. When trying to debunk Candace's video, they had Matt Tardio on, and they said actually what they showed in court was a different angle surveillance video of the Losi Center roof that shows him assembling the gun, and it's clearer than this video. You guys just didn't get to see it. And he supposedly assembles the gun.
And then Robert O'Neill said that a screwdriver can't even assemble that type of gun.
Correct. It's a special type of tool to break it all the way down. Yeah. Not just a flathead or Phillips screwdriver, And how would he have reassembled it in the woods after and left the screwdriver? Because they said he assembled it in the woods.
Well, look, I'm going to step in here. I'm going to tell you, there's fingernails. You could have used a dime. Maybe he picked up a pine cone. They've been useful at times. They train us for that kind of stuff.
They train us for that
bubble gum. MacGyver could have been out there helping him.
This Tyler Robinson and his chicken sandwich were insane.
Yeah. No, Matt, they're asking, we can You
the
have
foot?
permission. To go,
Okay.
Yeah, you have permission to go ahead and go ahead. I mean, it's something I haven't released yet, so you go ahead. And
Hey, are
Stu
you guys
probably
going to
has
be
on
here
the street.
for a little bit?
Yeah, you can hop out and come back.
I got to bounce.
Yeah.
You
and
might want to
handle
look at
something real
this,
quick.
Stu. This
You're
was
good.
what you
Okay.
might want to see this.
Okay, let me stick around to see this.
Just to go ahead and there you go.
Oh,
So
Why?
oh my God.
Why
Was
is
that
Erika
Rock
Kirk on the screen?
has said that is someone. I don't know. You guys can take a
Oh my-
vote.
Is that
Is
on
that
Fort
Dan
Huachuca?
Flood? Is that Dan Flood?
Dan Flood?
Someone
is that-
ask AI.
Is that Tyler Robinson?
Oh my god.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
sorry. Yeah.
Has anybody
I
Google
mean,
trend searched Drewski at Fort Huachuca? Do it now before they delete it.
Oh my god.
Hey, I'm gonna
We
pop
gotta,
right back.
We gotta
I just gotta
contact
handle this call.
Drewski.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, go
that
ahead.
was my. Yeah, if I could, I want to be polite to you, Matt. You guys are always wonderful. Thank you.
course.
Amy says thank you too.
Of course.
It's world. We gotta actually sleep sometimes. So
For sure.
yeah.
Not allowed.
It's been a good week, and I can tell you from the rumblings behind the scenes of some people I hear, the rest of this week is going to be pretty exciting for y'all too. And what Stu just put out,
Yeah, it's huge.
yeah, I can't wait to see the spin on it. We'll see. They're going to twist.
And is Candace
We'll
doing
get
a
to watch
show
it in a
tomorrow?
bit.
She normally doesn't do a Friday show. Is she doing a show?
No, she's got book club. I don't
Okay.
think she said she's
Oh,
doing
yeah.
a show.
Okay. But she did say yesterday, I didn't get to watch today. Today was really crazy at work. She said that she has a lot that she's been exercising, real patience on letting things out at right time, like letting them dig themselves into a hole, like she's done from the very beginning, right? She'll say something, they'll come out and be like, she's crazy, she's lying, and then she's like, receipts, and then they freak out. So I think the next few weeks are going to be pretty good. But do you have to go to bed?
Yeah.
No
Hey,
way.
I'm doing a
Everybody
Drewski
here's
search really
wonderful,
quick if you
and
want to
your
wait.
chat's always wonderful, and even the ones that are questioning me, keep it up.
Yeah.
So far,
You've held
people
up
who
under
do
scrutiny.
Guys,
Yeah.
you are not going to believe this.
Shut up.
Drewski was trending in Sierra Vista.
When?
I'm not kidding y'all at all. I wish I could share this. I'm not even joking.
no.
I'm
No.
not even joking.
Oh, good God. Who's not trending there at this point?
Look, I've got to email this to you. Just wait 1 second. I can't even believe this right now. There's no
You
way.
did not do this. You did not do this.
There's
come on.
just no way.
There ain't no way.
Hold on. Where's my screenshots? I'm losing it because you can't pull it up. Hold on. I'm emailing it to you right now.
I'm crying.
There's no way. Okay, Matt, I just sent it to you.
Did you email it to me?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Can you tell me on what dates? Don't tell me.
There's no way. Okay, Matt, I just sent it to you.
All right. Email it to me? Wait, who's playing us?
I know. I hear my echo.
Can you tell me
Maybe it's me.
Hold on. Who?
That's web search. Let me do image. Okay, there's no image. It's just a web search. Who's?
Let me see.
It's not me, I swear.
Okay,
It's,
just turn it off.
it's Stu. I don't think Stu knows that he's on screen. I'm going to take him off screen. Well, one of you that is Matt back? There we go. Matt's back. There we go. Matt, can you hear us?
Yeah.
I wanted to bring Stu on, but he didn't know that I brought him on. So, like he didn't know that because he's in studio and I put him on, but I don't think he knows he's.
Hey,
So-
yeah, Stu, you might want to see our little. Do you have it, Matt?
He left. He didn't realize that he was on screen. That's why. Okay, I thought so. Yeah, let me pull it up.
You guys on the East Coast, you must be getting tired, man. I'm so sorry. Thanks for staying up. Are you kidding me? What date is that?
Let me see.
Don't even.
All right, so this is August 30th through September 6th, 2025.
No way.
In
Why,
Tucson,
guys?
yes, Sierra
Why?
Vista, Arizona, Drewski is trending. Did something happen with Drewski in that time frame that was, notable or what?
I don't like it. I'm not liking that at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm
Here.
starting to think there's some.
It's not
false
an image
positives.
search, so I
All
don't
right.
think he was there for a certain
Couldn't
reason.
figure out how to shut everything off.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Now
Hey,
I
Stu,
can't
thank
hear
you.
any of you.
Thank you for everything. And
You can't hear.
Matt, too.
He can't hear us, so he's got to hop off and hop back on.
When he gets back, tell him I said thank you. But yeah, I
For
really
sure.
got to go take care of Amy right now. So
100%.
you guys, thank you so much, and thank you to the crowd.
Okay.
Even the ones that are questioning things, and you keep that up. Have fun with that. But no, we love you all, and thank you so much. Really,
Love you too, dude. Thank you.
you guys have a good one.
Thanks.
You're
Thanks,
the
Stu.
best, Mitch.
Hey, you outta here,
Bye.
Mitch?
Tell Amy bye.
Yeah, Stu, we've got to actually sleep, and yeah.
What is that?
Oh, what is that? You need to get the big black coffee cup that Stu has.
Yeah, the big
Right?
black ass beautiful mug.
I've
Yeah.
been
Big black ass beautiful mug. Let's Google Trend search
you
that.
get older, and coffee only takes you so far. But yeah, I've been working on like 3 hours of sleep a night for a week. So
That's because
gotta
you
get
don't
the
have black
nootropics.
ass coffee.
Mitch.
Send
What's
him
that?
hey, sign a cup and send it to him, Stu.
yeah,
Sign a cup.
send all the caffeine.
Silver
out.
Sharpie.
All right. Yeah.
Hey, you all take care and thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Later. All right. So the other thing that I was sharing right before Stu had hopped on, that you guys I talked to you guys about, was this family that has been a longtime congregant of here. I'll pop this off, and then when he comes back in studio, I'll add him back on. A longtime congregant of Godspeak Church in Thousand Oaks, and then moved out here. And when they lived out here, and also donors to TPUSA, and had Charlie Kirk and Rob McCoy stayed with them in 2023 when they spoke at the Candlelight Church in Coeur d'Alene. And you could even go on the Candlelight. Let me add him back on. You can go to the Candlelight Church website that's in Coeur d'Alene, where Rob McCoy and Charlie Kirk spoke there together. So this family that I know, Charlie Kirk and Rob McCoy stayed with them in 2023 up here. So this family they're big donors, or what were big donors to TPUSA. They're the ones that also said there was a massive falling out between Rob McCoy and Charlie Kirk in the last year and a half of their life. I'm trying to get a little bit more specifics on that.
I've never heard that.
One of the bigger things that we got confirmation we're allowed to say today. So Rob McCoy stepped away from Thousand Oaks when he decided he was going to be the head of, he was taking over finally as the head of TPUSA Faith. Moved to Arizona with his wife, Michelle. Remember, Mikey McCoy lives out there with his wife, Elizabeth. They're expecting a child as well. So Michelle and Rob live out there. That is who is taking care of Charlie Kirk's kids. Michelle has all but moved into Erika Kirk's house since the assassination. So Rob McCoy's wife is caring for Erika Kirk's kids when Erika Kirk is not there.
Which is all the time.
Yeah. Because everyone's been wondering, who's caring for the kids when Erika's going all these places.
You notice she's kind of faded back, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I guess she's no longer going for that VP run.
Well, did you guys not see what I had pulled up? Do you guys remember seeing this?
Yeah.
This is a website.
So it's still going?
Yeah.
Maybe she, I don't know. I saw something that was saying,
Who does that
Vance
site belong
Rubio.
to?
Let me look.
Because I feel like we went down a path where we were trying to.
I don't think they
it
were.
was during the. Go ahead.
No, you.
Well, I think Candace had that as part of her Erika Kirk thing, where she was trying to point to Erika being the one that purchased that site before Charlie died.
Yeah, the Leah Files was on with me last night. Leah's great.
Yep.
and
Yep.
she was talking. She didn't say this on the show last night, but when we were talking on the phone and kind of like going through her work, she's like, one of the most interesting things that I found was how all of the Turning Point property acquisitions, warehouses, all of the purchases throughout, like in New Jersey, a lot of other places, there's like they bought like 4 warehouses throughout the country. For what? But all of this happened immediately when Erika Franzwe came into Charlie Kirk's life, and they started doing a bunch of these acquisitions and setting things up. I mean, this woman is like, she's like a defense contracting test tube baby, like it's just like everything in her is military industrial complex from the toes to the tits. Excuse the analogy there, but
somebody even reposted about the email to Jeffrey Epstein saying, "Thank you so much for this opportunity," in like December 2018, and it's got weird little things signed EF. That was getting shared all over X yesterday, and our heads were like exploding.
Oh, I remember seeing that. So they're thinking that EF
or Chewbacca.
And so I was putting it in AI, being like, "Who is EF in the Epstein files?"
Erika Franzwe.
Franzwe.
Well,
Yeah.
we don't know. We have no idea, but it's an interesting timeline.
Yeah.
Nothing surprises me
I mentioned
anymore.
this yesterday, but beyond the absolutely disgusting activities that we know Jeffrey Epstein for, and that they have made him, they positioned him as this is what his thing is, and the compromat and the operation and the kids involved and everything else. Above and beyond that, arms trafficking was like the thing. And that's why his Rolodex was filled with heads of state and the most powerful people in the world. Mm-hmm. All of the other stuff came as a secondary, to that. And so the other day when we were talking about Turning Point planes being on airfields in the middle of the night, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, 35, 45 minutes, all these new warehouses that have been purchased, meeting up with Miriam Adelson's Boeing business jet, her Boeing business jet on 27 occasions meets with these Turning Point jets and then heads straight to Israel and then comes straight back. It's like, let me just put 2 and 2 together here. And the people that the circles that these people run in, and then that, along with Marx saying they needed 50,000 fold ARs to finish the annexation of the West Bank. Well, that whole thing could have been foiled. Where are they coming from? How are they getting there? And I guess now you probably won't have to worry about that because of this merger, Section 219 of the NDAA.
Yep.
We'll just be, weapons will be just going everywhere because what's ours is theirs, and
same.
So there's like, so the implications of this. And I've said this in spaces and on my show, and I just keep saying it, and I'm going to keep saying it because it's so true. Beyond the absolute horrific tragedy of the loss of Charlie Kirk's life, the implications of all of this. I mean, he was anti-interdiction in Venezuela. What do? We went into Venezuela, kidnapped the president of the sovereign nation in the Western Hemisphere, along with his wife, directed energy weapon everybody, took control of their oil for Paul Singer. If you guys don't know who Paul Singer is, look into him. But he's the vulture capitalist who acquired Citgo, which is the American arm of the Venezuelan oil industry. And he got that acquisition basically at the end of a gun barrel in a Delaware court presided over by an APAC judge. It was like dirt cheap that he acquired Citgo, but needed control of all of the oil. So effectively, what that was in Venezuela was Paul Singer writing a check to the Trump administration to rent the military and our weapons to be able to facilitate all of that, and put him and his wife on an aircraft carrier, bring him back to the SDNY, where apparently, I guess, they're being housed in the same jail where Jeffrey Epstein hanged himself all by himself with a paper bed sheet. And then where did all the oil go? Billions in oil went immediately to Israel. Then you heard Donald Trump talking about Greenland. Well, if you look into that just a little bit, you don't have to pull on too many threads to realize the person who originally talked him into acquiring Greenland under like a land purchase agreement was Ronald Lauder, the heir to the Estee Lauder cosmetic brand, the president of the World Jewish Congress. he has a whole lot of money in another vulture capitalist acquisition into a Greenlandic water bottling company. So you need access to the water, and that would also be a great place to put a lot of data centers, in Greenland.
Yeah.
So
Oh, wow.
and then
I
when
didn't
you
even
couldn't
think of that.
purchase it because it's not for sale. We're not selling Greenland. Sorry. Then they were like, well, posturing like they were going to use the military. I think that's very much still on the table. We're going to go in there and just kill the igloo people, and take Greenland from a NATO country and give Ronald Lauder his hundreds of millions of dollars in water bottling interests. So all of this from Greenland to the tip of South America. Now we've got Cuba, where Todd Blanche, who I guess might not make it, he might not get the appointment. It doesn't really matter because they're all just actors reading the same lines from the script that's been handed to them. The end objective is the same. It's their stated objective. It's greater Israel. And everybody that's standing in the way of that is going to get knocked over. In the Middle East, the last domino to fall is Iran. And Charlie Kirk opposed that. And what do we do? Right after Charlie was killed, the United States military, under the command of Benjamin Netanyahu, was ordered to go into Iran and knock over that last domino. Well, it turns out they're more of a formidable opponent than anybody had thought. Fox News viewing boomers are like, whoa, what the hell's going on here? I thought that these were, like low IQ, goat herding Arabs. Turns out they're not. They're actually Aryan Persians who they were attempted to be genocided thousands of years ago by a Jewess called Esther. And now the Heritage Foundation is introducing this initiative called Project Esther, named after that Jewess, probably very conveniently, coincidentally, who tried to genocide them. They've been attacked I don't know how many times. They've thwarted off all these attacks. If you look back at history, nobody can point to one instance in where Iran has been the aggressor and started a war of any kind.
Right.
And they're defending themselves because they know what this is. Charlie was against all of this. The implications of this are so much farther reaching than, and not minimizing Charlie's death at all. It's horrific. It's tragic. And that's coming from a guy who, while he was alive, had written him off. I wasn't a fan. I knew what he was about. It was kind of like, the Israel loving MAGA, kind of like the war loving neocon right faction of American politics. And I warred against Charlie all the time. I didn't listen to him because I knew what he was going to say every time he opened his mouth. And the day that he was killed, I was in the studio actually doing something different. I was doing a sit down preparing for it. And my sister, who's the COO of my company, and she lives in Florida, she was here for that meeting, that sit down interview for a sponsor. And she came running outside. I was actually walking down the street. I was going to go get a haircut. And she comes out and she's like, Stu, you got to come back. Charlie's been shot. And I'm like, Charlie who? And she's like, Charlie Kirk. And I'm like, what? Who would want to shoot Charlie Kirk? He's the beloved Israel shill. And so I came running back in, of course, and every monitor in the studio was on, and we were watching this and watching the replays and everything. And so I was live. I went live right away. And I was telling the guys who were here from various different, Frankie Stocks was in town, and my guy Alex and Brittany, and I was like, guys, pull up everything that this guy's been saying over the last several months. I want to know who would want it. Why would somebody want to do this to him? Yep. And it was immediate. And within 20 minutes of the incident happening, I just said that, who I thought was responsible for it. Yep. And it turns out that, of course. And then, of course, Netanyahu comes on without being asked to just tell the whole world that he had nothing to do with it.
So weird.
Nobody was asking.
When was your first time reporting on all of that? Because Matt T was actually talking about something that Tyler Boyer put out about the conspiracy theories, and it was before Candace even started really coming out about anything. So I was like,
I was live. I was
okay,
within 20 minutes of it happening, I was like, let's go live. We've got to live stream this. Yeah. This is a thing. And then I'm just I was basically just not saying much because it was all unfolding. And so I just had various different news broadcasts turned on. And they were cutting into it and then cutting away from it. And then some were saying it's too graphic. So we would find another channel that was broadcasting it. And I was just kind of listening to the commentary to try to get a setup of what happened. And then as my guys were bringing me information, like what Charlie Kirk had been saying, and then they showed me the interview, like we cut to break, and then I saw the interview of him with Ben Shapiro and the things that he was saying with Megyn Kelly.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, well, I had no idea that any of this was going on because again, I wasn't watching him.
Right.
So admittedly, but it's funny that like this same exact thing happened to me. I know the path. I totally get it. I unintentionally stumbled across this. If anybody knows of me from 6 years ago, it'll be 6 years tomorrow, guys. Actually, my 6 millionth anniversary tomorrow was my first show on the air ever after bounty hunting, chasing bad guys. Tomorrow is the 6-year anniversary of the Stu Peters show.
Congratulations.
Well, happy
Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
huge.
It's also my mom's birthday. So happy birthday, Mom.
What time zone are you? Because we're actually almost there in my time zone.
Yep. 12 minutes from now, I'm Central. So it'll be my 6 millionth anniversary in 12 minutes. But anyway, none of this was on my radar at all. I was, COVID. That was first it was George Floyd, then it was COVID, then it was the shots. And I just sat down. Somebody said to me one time, hey, there's this reunion that you should go to in Washington, D.C. It's for the survivors of the USS Liberty. And I had never heard the story before. And I'm like, USS Liberty, what's with that? Why would I want to go sit down with these people? And they kind of like gave me the Reader's Digest rundown. And I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And I'm like, so look, I'm looking through the congressional record and there's nothing. And they're like, yeah, no, that's the whole point, that this has never been officially introduced to the congressional record. And I'm like, okay. So I'm like, yeah, let's go. So we went to DC, which is a complete cesspool. I mean, that place is so like demonically oppressed. There's just like this dark haze feeling about, and all of I had never been there before. And I'm looking at these buildings and I'm seeing all the like symbolism on all of these buildings. It was gross. So we went there and I sat down with Phil Turney and I think 5 or 6 other survivors and ran a series of interviews. And this was at the same time that like January 6th had happened. And there was like it was the day that I think Gateway Pundit came out with this big January 6th expose that I think Jake Lang, the prisoner, produced from inside jail while he was like doing video conferencing and phone calls and everything. I got my opinions on that guy and I'll digress there on that. But we left there and I had really good conversations. I learned a ton from these people. I actually spoke at their event that year. And after learning about what they had said, they were like, do you want to say something? And the only thing that I could think to say is, first of all, I thank them for being there. I said some things about what I had learned. And then I said, I'm going to use the full weight of my platform to make sure that we push to have this and, like looked into, like you've never had your day in court for this, Thomas Massey, by the way, for the first time, just introduced the USS Liberty event to the congressional record, which is, I mean, that guy is just something else. But I released these videos after I got back with them and they were kind of edited and we added some B-roll to them. And the knee-jerk reaction from the New York Times and the Rolling Stone and the USA Today and Media Matters and Right Wing Watch and like ADL.org and like every mainstream corporate outlet was just like hitting me over the head as this anti-Semite. And I'm like, what? Like, what is this even, like, how is this even a thing? And that is what, like, it was the reaction that I got that made me really start to get curious about that. And I'm not going to go on too much, but I will just say that there was a lot of pressure from the press that forced me to further look into this. And then that pressure came from inside of my own organization as well. Blake Neff was working for me as a researching writer at the time who'd come to me from Tucker Carlson. I was getting a lot of pressure from him, like, this is stupid. You don't want to talk about this. It's a conspiracy theory. It's dumb. It's shallow.
He said that?
I have text messages from him that made my skin crawl after
You know, because when I learned about Blake Neff being involved with Turning Point, well, originally it was while he was working with me, and we had this big disagreement on where I wanted to go with the network. He was vehemently against it, and he's like, "Well, I'm going to have to leave," and I'm like, "Well, that's fine. I can find a labor saver anywhere." And so, I mean, if you got in, he's like, "Well, and plus, you know, my new job at TPUSA is becoming more and more demanding," and at the time, like I didn't care where he was going, so it didn't stick out in my memory that he had said that he was going to Turning Point. When Baron
Yeah.
Coleman came out and said, "Hey, a Stu Peters former employee told me that Blake Neff used to work for him," and I'm like, "Yeah, Blake Neff used to work for me." And the day that all of this happened with Charlie, I think it was maybe day 3 or 4, where I was watching a video on X and somebody was like recounting as people were arriving in that first SUV when Blake Neff arrived. Somebody was like
Like,
commentating
slams the
or
door.
announcing it, and they were like, "So here's Blake Neff arriving," and I'm like, "Wait, what? Who?" And I'm like, "Well, there can't be more than one Blake Neff." Um, and still, I didn't
Yeah.
look back at my text messages with him, but
Yeah.
I'd never met Blake Neff in person. As a matter of fact, I had no idea what he looked like, and I'm like, "That's what Blake Neff looks like." And so then I like Google searched Blake Neff, and I'm like, "Yeah, that's definitely
That's
him." And the articles that came up was about how this disgraced former writer for Tucker Carlson had been fired for racism, you know,
Yeah.
and all this other
Tweet,
stuff.
yeah.
And I was like, "Well, I should probably say something about this," but Blake Neff at the time wasn't like he wasn't a part of like he wasn't what he is now.
Correct.
You know what I mean? Like in
He was-
all of
he was
this,
behind,
it
he
wasn't
wasn't
like
in front of the
Blake
camera.
Neff wasn't a central figure into
No.
the investigation into what happened with Charlie Kirk at that
No.
point. So I was like, well, for me to say that would be like kind of it felt gross, like I was inserting myself into something, or it would be perceived as I was trying to make it about me. Well, Blake Neff used to work for me.
Yeah.
So I never said anything until Barron said something. And it was only when Barron said something that I was like, you know, I wonder who the former employee is, because I don't have a lot of former employees. People that work with me love working with me and they just stay. So it narrowed down the list a little bit. And so I started to look back through my phone, and then I was like, it dawned on me I should go back through my text messages with Blake. And that's when I said, you know, it became a little bit eerie because the pressure that I was getting from the inside and from him, I didn't really care. Because he was like just this writer, this nerdy writer that I had, and he was helping me. So like I had this story that I wanted to cover. I was putting together like introductory monologues for guests and experts that we were having on. Anybody who knows me from the days of COVID knows we were busting out like 4 or 5 interviews a day. Like we were the place to be for the experts, the researchers, the scientists, the doctors, the victims, like everybody for COVID-19. And so I needed somebody to help me like package it and put it in order and go and dig up like if this person was making this claim about this shot, let's go verify this, let's pull the studies. And he was really talented at doing all of that and putting it like a whole story together for the day. Well, so I didn't really care about what his opinion on this topic was, but it was like then it became everybody, and then it became advertisers, and then it became like meetings with advertisers, and one of them, and I can't mention these people by name, I hope you guys understand that I have like non-disparagement agreements with former advertisers where I'm not allowed to talk about them by name. So I don't, you know, these people are litigious and I don't want to be defending myself in court, but let's just say that there were millions of dollars on the table at the time. I was on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, iHeartRadio, Rumble. Like we were everywhere and doing millions of views across these platforms every day. And that garnered the attention of advertisers. We had a waiting list. They wanted to be on. But the one of the I guess feature sponsors on the network, you could say, we're talking about, you know, a multi-million-dollar contract, and they wanted to sit down with me and have like a conversation about how if I continued to talk about these things that they were going to pull the money from the network. So I came to this T in the road, and you know, I just dismissed the shekels and continued forward. Here we are. I mean, everybody can see where we're at now. Demonetized everywhere, canceled everywhere. I'm allowed on Rumble and X, and that's it. And so it's whatever. I'm not bitching and complaining or whining about it. I'm just saying, like, I have a whole appreciation for what Charlie was feeling, because on a micro level, it was happening to me as well. I wasn't as big as Charlie. I wasn't on stages in front of, Zoomers across the country. I wasn't doing tours. I didn't have access to Donald Trump. I wasn't, it was a different level. But it was the feeling. It was the bridge, where you looked around you and you realized, like, wait a minute, all of these people and all of the people who pressured me in that way, I immediately fired all of them. Like, nobody's going to have creative control over my network. We're going our separate ways. Advertisers that had problems, I told them to beat cheeks, get out of here. And we're just doing what we can. So like now it's basically my show is a supporter based show. The only way that we can survive is if people support us organically, which is actually like way more clean, a whole lot less pressure. It's definitely not as easy. I can't afford to have the staff that I probably should have or do some of the things that we really envision doing, but we're growing and we'll get back to that point eventually. All glory to God Almighty. I trust in him. I'm just going to stay obedient. But that was for me a really eye-popping, eye-opening experience. And you see so many people at the price, and a lot of these people just do it for free. And I know these people, like I've met these people, I've shook hands with these people, I've been at events with them. I watch what they say and what they do online. I watch how quickly they'll just turncoat and leave their people instead of leading their people. And even when the truths are uncomfortable and it's unpopular to say something, like a whole year to the run-up of the election of Donald Trump, this last election cycle, I was like, no. And, my own followers were like chastising me, raking me over the coals. It wasn't popular to say I knew what was going to happen with this presidency. I knew. And here we are. So it's like, I can see where he was at. And I don't know if you guys know this or not. I've said this before. Not everybody can watch every show, so I'll just say it again. But there was a person from inside of Turning Point that sent me text messages between Tyler Boyer and other people that are like at administrative levels at Turning Point. And I've never put them on the screen. I'm never going to, because certainly it would expose who it was that was in the conversation. They would just be able to look back in their messages and know exactly who sent them to me. But the language that was being used was that Tyler Boyer and others were, quote, concerned, and this is ahead of Charlie dying. They were concerned that Charlie was about to, quote, go ballistic on the Trump admin over Epstein and war with Iran.
Yes.
And that was shortly after that, he was shouted down. He was rumored to have been shouted down, I guess, allegedly by Trump over his opposition to this war, and the rest is history. So it's like, I see how this thing goes. And, just like I went through a real life awakening, none of this was I didn't care about Israel. I didn't care about Judeo-Christian values. This stuff was never pushed on me as a kid at church. My parents were divorced. My mom went to a Methodist church. My dad went to a Lutheran church in a small town. And these ministers and pastors, they were never really talking about it. And if they did, I didn't retain any of it. And as a guy, like doing law enforcement work, I didn't care. Until it was like pushed in front of me and I saw that response. So I think it's a genuine thing from my perspective. When I look at, okay, I wasn't a big fan of Charlie's, and then I look back and see what he's going through, it's like, no, that's a fact. I've been there. He was having an awakening, and if I'm right, and if it happened anything like it did with me, he was first talking to people who were close to him in his inner circle, and then after a while started to have the courage to say things in kind of a finessed way at first, softly on the air, while in private he was saying other things. And then lo and behold, what happens? We see text messages from Candace Owens from almost 2 years ago now, where he said he was telling these people to go to hell. So it's like, okay, that's exactly what I went through. So that's why I get so pissed when somebody like, Nick Fuentes says, no, he was a shill until the last minute. Until his last breath, he was a shill. And it's just a lie. These people don't know him. They've never been through this. And if they have, what did they do? They cut and ran. They did a 180. They flipped the script. They left their people instead of leading their people. And now all these people are exposed. Everybody should
know exactly who it is that I'm talking about, because these people are on the screen every single day in front of their cameras, flipping and flopping like fish, the ebbs and flows, wherever the wind blows, that's where they're going to go for self-preservation purposes. And I'm just never going to be there, So it's a tough place to be, but it's like the more that this goes on, it's like, I never knew Charlie. I never knew him personally, but it's like now I miss him. Does that make sense? It's
Yeah.
like,
yeah,
it's like,
absolutely.
man, that he could have been something so great for this country, and
Yeah.
greatness for this country. Unfortunately, for those that are pretending to be in power, it's not something that they're interested in. This is a vassal state. It is the life host, for the parasite that's sucking the blood away, the blood and treasure from our country out. And if things continue down the road that they are, Greater Israel is going to be accomplished, and that will be the super state that reigns supreme over everything else, and we will be subservient to that. And this will just be the slave labor colony that's under constant 24-hour surveillance by the flock cameras, and your Palantir profile will be updated, and if you said the wrong thing, you won't have access to this or that. And I'm just like, now is the time that we have to dig our cleats in and actually take a stand. And so whatever influence I have, that's the direction that I've chosen to take it. And I think that that's where Charlie was too. And it's a damn fucking tragedy, to be honest with you. It's just like, the implications of this are unfathomable to so many people. And you try to have these conversations in real life, and people look at you like you got a big penis growing out of your forehead. They have no idea what's going on because they're going to soccer practice, they're watching Fox News, they're cooking dinner, they're raising their kids, and it's like, I'd rather just not know. I'd rather just I'd rather willful ignorance. And that's what makes, like The Matrix, it was not a feature film, it was a documentary. Hollywood tells on themselves all the time. They have to. It's part of their sick little thing that they have, this little pact with Satan, that they have to like forecast what they're going to do. It's predictive programming. And you remember the guy in The Matrix that was like the bald guy with the mustache, who was like eating the steak and drinking the wine, and he was saying like, I don't care if it's fake, it tastes good. And I don't want to know. I would rather just be ignorant to all of this. And I think that unfortunately, there's like this trauma cycle where I know that most of America knows that shit is messed up right now. They just don't want to admit how badly, because then they have to deal with being vulnerable and admitting that they have been wrong and that they've made life decisions that have been detrimental, not just to themselves, but to the generations that follow after them, whether it was giving their kid the COVID shot or whatever else it is. And they're just, too filled with pride and too detached from God to be able to humble themselves and actually do something, about it, because they just refuse to admit it. And so,
well, I feel like we're kind of dealing with like a gang situation too, where everybody's just afraid. They just want to tuck their head down, deal with their day to day. They don't want to get too involved, and everybody's just scared.
Well, I think
that's how they want us.
I think once you admit,
fear is the one thing that will drive even the most alpha man to do things that otherwise he would never consider doing. And it just, it's something that you have to stare right in the face. Fears of the devil. I'm a Christian. I don't know about anybody else here or in the chat or whatever. I'm a Christian. I serve a God that, tells me not to be fearful and to put on the armor every day and storm the gates of hell. But he also doesn't command us to be reckless and stupid, which is why like navigating this has been quite the thing. And, I had people warning me today about going live with the Jacob Recess stuff, because now you're dealing with all the players, and, whatever, bring it, if they're going to get to me, they're going to get to me.
Next VP or next president, maybe potentially.
Who? Yeah.
This is big.
Yeah, it is. And then when you start dealing with the arms trafficking stuff and you're looking into that and pulling on those threads, it's just like, there's a lot going on there. And I think that there was a lot going on that Charlie didn't know about too.
I want to ask your opinion because I just found out where I'm at is one of the biggest turning point chapters in the country. And they were actually even set up at my daughter's orientation for high school today. We just moved. And I'm just trying to look at it like now that I know about trafficking, the cocaine cowboy locations, the Iran contraband, and their planes that were donated are meeting up with Miriam Adelson's planes for what look like these drop-offs that are then taken over to Israel. As a parent, I'm extremely concerned about this being in our schools. How do I even address something like this?
Yeah, and not only that, but the Turning Point school chapters, what all of this is about is more American blood to be sacrificed on the altar of greater Israel. They know that Americans didn't ask for this war. They don't support this war. There's even Americans that don't even know what it's about. Like, I don't know if Mitch was being coy. I was like, what do you mean you don't know what this war is about? And maybe I just live in a world where it's like, this is what I do. So I'm well read on this and I know exactly what this is about and what's coming. But they're going to need a lot more bodies than we have readily available right now if they want to take Iran.
Yeah.
You're probably talking at least 500,000 dead people on the side that goes to try to do a ground invasion of Iran. I mean, just look at the topography.
Yes.
They're surrounded by water, the Strait of Hormuz, there's mines everywhere. Then you have these massive cliff sides. IRGC is hidden in there. Rockets and missiles are hidden in there. Ice cliffs everywhere. I mean, you're not going to just go in there.
No.
And the only way that you can make the domino fall is a ground invasion. You can't do it from the air. So I think that a lot of the Turning Point initiatives, if you go to these chapter meetings, you'll see these little rallies or whatever they do, the events that they do at these schools. What's always right outside the event when you walk out? The military recruiting tables. The Air Force guy is there. The Marine Corps guys are there. The Army guys are there. The Navy guys are there. It reminds me, it's reminiscent of like the Toby Keith, we'll put a boot in your ass. That's the American way. You know, we're gonna the bombs and the blood. You don't want to F with us. We're America, and we'll come and blow your whole civilization. I mean, Trump says this himself. He said we'll wipe your whole civilization off the map.
Yep.
Like what? What? And that makes me concerned because I think that at the height of this war, at the beginning of this war, the inception, there was a record-setting number of conscientious objectors. And I think aboard these carrier strike groups, when we were hearing about, toilets overflowing, plumbing problems, fires in the kitchen, laundry room, whatever, I don't think that was organic and natural. I think that was like patriotic mutiny. Yeah. These people didn't want to participate in any of this.
Yeah.
And so what does that mean? Well, I mean, I guess you'd have to consider a conscription, a draft. And for the people who don't want to go, by that time, you're going to have, humanoid robots who are trained to hunt you, and they don't sleep because they don't get tired, and they don't eat because they don't get hungry, and they don't miss, and they're programmed to do nothing but hunt you. And if we don't recognize that the data centers and the flock cameras and Melania Trump's humanoid robot teacher initiative is about a whole lot more than that, we're no different than the Palestinians, and our fate will be the same.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Fish in a barrel. Fish in a barrel. I'm not black-pilled. I'm more white-pilled now than ever because through October 7th, through Charlie Kirk, everything that we've seen in 4K since October 7th, I think that there are a lot more people who are willing to discuss this. And you can read the temperature in the room on every social media outlet that's available. Go to the comment sections of people like Dave Portnoy or anybody in our government, and you will see the sentiment. America knows. They're just not telling you that on the Fox News channel. So don't be afraid. My thing is, have these conversations with your family. Number one, have these with your kids. Yeah. Forget about, okay, age appropriate way, maybe, sure, fine, but don't shelter your kids from this. We can see the generation that is the most in tune to what's going on right now are the Zoomers.
and they
Yep.
represent the political future of our country. And those are the people who Charlie was going to be on stage with for an entire tour, telling them about how he was leaving the pro-Israel cause, and they would have left right along with him.
That's why it had to be the first.
I think they're prepared to do that now anyways. And I think that that's exactly what's going to happen. So it is an extraordinary time to be alive. And I'm just I feel like really blessed to be here for this. And I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but
I'm not excited about the story you just told us. No.
I'm excited. I'm
scary.
excited. I'm excited because I just know that humanity is far greater than the demons who are trying to destroy it. A lot more powerful than the demons who are trying to destroy it. But it's going to take sacrifice. And thank God that the majority isn't required. If you look at historical precedent, I think that there are enough people who are aware of this and who kind of see the writing on the wall. And I don't think that anybody's just going to sit down and passively allow another 9/11 type Patriot Act crackdown to happen. We see it happening. It's like the flock cameras are here.
Did you see
Palantir is here? Like these things are here. I don't think that disarming Hamas isn't going too well, and that's the Palestinians, a very small group of people. Try to go disarm Americans. Let's see how that shakes out.
Right.
I don't know. I'm on team good, and I got a lot of hope for us.
Did you guys see the Julian Dory? He pulled up a map.
Confident.
Did you guys see the Julian Dory map that he pulled up, which showed the map of the United States with Biden? With
you guys got really quiet.
Can you not hear us?
Can you not hear us?
Can you not hear us?
You must not be able to hear us.
He can't hear us.
I can only hear you.
Me?
Yeah.
Matt or Ashley?
I can't hear you. All right, here we go.
It must be me.
All right, let him.
Look, he's like,
come.
Can we all hear each other?
I can hear you.
When he
I
comes
thought
back,
he couldn't hear me because every time I was trying to talk,
that must be it. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
hear
hear
me.
you. Can you hear everyone now?
Me?
I can now, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
What do you suppose keeps happening?
I don't know. You seem to have some sort of internet thing, but so does Matt. It may not be anyone's internet, and who knows what's going on.
Too much controversy on YouTube tonight.
But I was saying,
New Peter showed up.
Have you guys seen the map of the United States of the flock cameras that have gone up since Trump was in since he became president? There was like two little pin dots under Biden, and then go look at the map in real time, and it's just like blue little dots, and it's just like everywhere.
You're kidding.
No. They put them everywhere.
Everywhere.
They're everywhere.
No, it wouldn't matter if it were Trump or not. It's just
Correct.
a matter of timing,
Correct.
He's just the actor. He's just reading his lines from the script. He's the
he's the puppet for this time.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's hard for me is like understanding like if Charlie was really naive to that, or if he trusted them. I'm like, he was close with them. I mean, clearly in the end, he trusted their judgment to some degree, because on the show in July, on like, what is it called, Matt? The thought crime that they do, like Tyler Boyer was there. All of them were there after the bombing in Fardo. And the 3 nuclear sites, I can't pronounce the other ones properly. He goes, I'm going to trust Trump that this is it. And they all say, and Tyler Boyer's there, Blake Neff is there, they're all there. And they're all saying that if it extends to anything else, like regime change, like something's bad. Like they were like, something's wrong. They were like, we're going to trust them that it's just going to be this and nothing else. But if it became a regime change war, they were against regime change war, all of them, including especially Charlie, with them around. But the moment Charlie's gone, they all changed their tune.
Yeah. And regime change is just like, it's such a red herring, because it doesn't, by regime change, they obviously mean Iraq 2.0. It's
right.
It's like not like regime change like an Iranian government, regime change like a Rothschild government.
Yep.
And they did the same thing to Bashar al-Assad in Syria. They did the same thing with Muammar Gaddafi. They did the same thing with Saddam Hussein. They hanged him on an international stage. You know, the list goes on and on and on. You know, a guy back in the 1930s to Mustache Man, they did the same thing. They demonize Vladimir Putin in the you know, Western media because he doesn't allow the central banksters to have the control.
Correct.
They're there. They have central banks, but they don't have the control like the central bank in America does, which is the Federal Reserve. You know, they don't. So they got to get. They would love regime change in Russia. Good luck. But, you know, like Ukraine, they did the same thing there. 2014, you know, it was like, well, there's just been this like BLM style popular uprising. And like, no, that's not what that was at all. That was a CIA led violent coup to take down and tear down a democratically elected administration where both sides of, you know, this vote agreed that the vote was fair. This is who they voted for, but they started to adopt what they call more pro-Russia policies, which means that they were pushing back on this Western system of fiat currency, which actually doesn't come from the West at all, but it comes from Israel. And it comes from Rothschild Boulevard. It comes from the private equity firms. That's where they're headquartered. And they were like, they wanted nothing to do with that. And they were like, well, then you got to go. And then along comes Volodymyr Zelensky. And what do you have since? Mass graves in the Donbass, brothers' wars being fought everywhere, and millions of people dead. So the writing is on the wall. Like if you're, and Nicolas Maduro, same thing. What are they trying to do in Cuba right now to Castro? Same thing. So like it's interesting timing that Nicolas Maduro had comments about Benjamin Netanyahu, and 2 weeks later he's on an aircraft carrier on his way to the SDNY. I was like, bro, you can't say that.
Yeah.
Like if you've learned anything here, these are the things you're not allowed to say and remain in power. But
who do you think the biggest name in the Epstein emails were? Like the biggest name?
Like household name?
Well, most people don't know. Now we're saying it now, but like the average person doesn't know who the Rothschilds are, right? Like the average person doesn't know.
That's
and
crazy to me.
I would say, so was it Nat Rothschild was all up in those. Also, I mean, they're the ones that purchased the land for Israel, right? Like they go back deep. And JFK was running into them as well when he was not wanting them to have, you know, nuclear power, nuclear weapons. A lot of the same old school systems that JFK had pissed off, it looks like Charlie was running into as well.
Yeah. And they were everywhere.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I really appreciate it. It's really great to meet you, man. You run a great show here. I hope that you'll invite me back sometime. And I'm a fan. I'm going to subscribe. And watch more of your stuff. Mitch sent me a text message. I did not mean to like.
No, you're good, dude.
You know, so
Stu's always invited.
Always,
really appreciate
I feel like this
you
just
having
needs to
me.
be what you do.
Just pop in and out. Yeah.
Just keep popping in. We have a surprise guest.
So
Stu Peters.
Before you go, I already watched your show. Like you're awesome, but you made me so happy when you destroyed Jordan Henshaw the other night on that X Space. Thank you for doing that. Good for you.
Oh, I missed that.
And Stu, I just want to thank you for everything that you're doing. And thank you for giving me an opportunity in January to come out and talk about TP Action and my involvement with TPUSA. And a lot of credit needs to go to Stu for a lot of things, especially the road mic, etc. Like you came out with that first, and I think you deserve credit for that. And I really think you deserve credit for opening up people's thought processes to Israel, because you're one of the first people that I came across when I started learning about Israel.
Went a little hard.
Oh my gosh, we're into your anniversary.
And it led me right into discovering Europa and learning exactly what has happened to our country since World War I, pretty much. So I just want to say thank you, Stu. Seriously.
Well, I appreciate that. I went after the departure of some of these sponsors and the cleaning out of my own house. I was like a man on a mission for like a year and a half, and I went a little hard, but it was on purpose because I realized I'm going to get canceled everywhere. So before I do,
I've got to go like very direct, very overt, very offensive, very hyperbolic, very attention grabbing, very vulgar. And I've got to show the nastiest shit that I can possibly find, just to like and it worked because, at least in part, I'll take some credit for the shift in the Overton window, the blasting of the Overton window on social media everywhere, where now it's not like a controversial thing. It's not even like that. It's just mainstream, but now it's like trendy. It's like demanded. It's like a litmus test. Like if you're not talking about this issue, then, I'm not going to waste my time paying any attention to you. So it is the number one threat facing humanity and the most imminent threat facing humanity. So I appreciate the kind words. Thank you very much.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you. My 6 million.
We're in it.
There you go.
Yay, 6 mil.
Thank you, Stu. Appreciate you.
6 mil club. I need to make a video for you now.
All right, guys. Hey, can I show, by the way, I'm on Rumble and I'm on X. So come find me on Rumble and X. If you guys have never heard of me before, give me a shot for like 6 million days. And then if you don't like me, try it for another 271,000. Yeah.
I'm going to show both of your stuff. So you can hop off, but I'm going to show everyone your Rumble page and your X page.
Appreciate you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. God bless you.
Bye.
God bless.
So dope. That was so cool. What an
I know.
Matt, I had that planned all day long, and I so wanted to tell
You
you.
lied.
No way.
No, I did. I called Mitch Snow this afternoon. I was like, "What do you think about if I had Stu Peters kind of jump in tonight?"
Wow.
And he goes, "Yeah."
He had a good show tonight too.
He's like, I'll text him, and then I'm like, I'll text him later. So between me and Mitch, like we had it planned. I just didn't want to say anything. And
no, that's so cool.
I thought it was cool.
Do you want to? Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try not to get emotional. I quit my job today, at the ABA clinic because of and I can't really say more because I have no idea if they're gonna like ever be watching me, and like just became very evident that I was not valued, not appreciated, and it's not a good thing to work in an environment when you find that out, when you have like you have no disciplinary action, you have no write-ups, you have like nothing negative, and then you're like, oh wait, you don't like me. Like, no, you don't like me? Is that what it is? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, then I'll just leave, man. And that was right before I came on. That happened right at 6 p.m.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
So this was like, God, this is such amazing that like it ended up being with, and I had to like tell my wife right before we came on. I held it all together like really well. But it was on the phone with my brother-in-law, my father-in-law. Yeah. So I mean, it's actually like really awesome that you did do that. And it was like I don't know, like God saying it's gonna be all right.
There was some huge stuff dropped in this episode.
Yeah.
I don't even know if everybody in the chat even understands this stuff. I was like in shock.
Wait till we clip it all. Wait till everyone.
I know.
Oh my! You're just gonna see my face and everything like this.
Well, that's what I was over here. I was like, okay, timestamp 2 hours and 10 minutes. I'm like,
oh, that was smart.
No,
there was major stuff in this episode. I was not ready for it.
Yeah,
he dropped some good stuff,
Huge.
And I don't know. I really think that we are to reiterate what Stu said about be a little bit happy that we are living in this moment and seeing the shift in humanity.
Yeah.
Matt, I shared with you, I didn't tell you today, Ashley, but I had a dream last night. Charlie came to me in a dream last night. And yep. I was on an X space last night. It was Leslie's X space. And I think a lot of those topics that we were talking about kind of put me into that dream state, deep dream state. And Charlie showed up to a house I was at, and he goes, hey, can I stay here for a few days? Things are getting heavy. And I was like, sure. I go, Charlie, what are you doing here? Because in my head, I'm like, what? You're gone. You're like, in my dream, I knew he had died
already.
And he said, no, man, I'm not here, but I'm still here for the mission. And
that
I
gives me
was
so
like,
many chills because Candace is like reporting the same kind of stuff right now.
and I woke up this morning and I just was just like, he was in his white Freedom shirt. He was in his tracksuit, black pants, the white sneakers.
Like what he was murdered.
But I saw him tear up a little bit. I said, well, you're missed. And he said, well, I'm still here for the mission. And then he started acting very goofy, very funny, very childlike.
Like
and
that video
is
of him and Candace dancing, right?
Yeah. And it brought me this morning. I said, the Candace dancing with Charlie video.
Yeah.
I go 100%. This is who Charlie was. This is who he is. So I think what Stu laid out tonight about, hey, this is happy times as well, because we are shifting and we are, even though it looks like we're not ahead, we are very ahead. And I said this on Stu's show back in January. I told Stu, I said, you know, it's unfortunate Charlie's gone, but we would not be this far if he were still alive. And it's unfortunate, but that's where we're at. And I think Charlie coming to me in a dream last night was just him saying, like, he's here for the mission still. We're carrying the torch. We're carrying his mic. And also to have a little fun and get out of serious mode. And that's why I'm glad the first half of the show tonight was just us kind of chaotic, kind of just spitting out things, you know? And I think that was the message in my dream. And we were living it on your show tonight, Matt.
Yeah.
Was like, be a little bit happy, have a little bit of fun.
Yeah.
But everything that Stu shared, I mean, Stu's a good man.
Yeah.
He's the real deal. I always knew he was the real deal, even before I went on his show. Yeah. But what he said tonight, how he said that, you know, he was one of Charlie's biggest like adversaries, pretty much, like did not care for him, did not care for the neocon tactics that Charlie was involved in, but finding out that this was all pushed on Charlie, and then Charlie woke up. Stu said this on the show too. I mean, he just was like, I kind of feel a little bad. And that to me shows a lot of character in somebody. And that's Stu Peters. That shows your character. So this is a good show, Matt.
And thank you to all of us, because we all did it. Two things. The Bible is riddled with prophetic dreams. Riddled with it. It's all in the Old and New Testament. Like, dreams are all in Christian history. So for these people to make fun of Candace or anyone that has a dream is just insane. I have dreams. I don't dream a lot. When I remember them, they end up being something that happens in the future. It's never anything necessarily significant. Sometimes it is. Like back when I lived in Pasadena, I dreamt that I was in this like wooden house on like this golf course at night. And then when we moved to Idaho and we're in our first house that we were renting, it's all wood. It's like all wood. And we lived on a golf course, and it gets dark really early up here. And so for half of the year, it's just dark. And one night I'm like walking through the house, and it's like a deja vu, but it's not. It's the dream. Like verbatim, it was me in the middle of the night getting up to go get a cup of water and then go back to bed. But that's what was in the dream. And because you know how dreams jump around, like you're in one place and you're in another place and you're in another place. But my point in saying that is that dreams come true, right? Like dreams like can be prophetic. They can have meaning. And so I think that there's something to your dream with Charlie, and the timing of it too. I think is significant. And then with what Stu Peters said, the reason why it's so exciting to be in a time like this is because the potential for change is so great, right? Because we're all waking up and we're unmasking all the freaking demons. And there is potential to actually like do something, like to actually affect some sort of change, to maybe get our country back. And that is somewhat maybe for some people is why they choose not to acknowledge it, because acknowledging it would mean they'd have to do something. So they ignore it because that allows them to just go to work and do their normal thing, watch their
Yep.
show, live in the comfort of their home and feel safe, but it's a false sense of security. Because then when the real awakening comes, and we're prepared for it because we've been seeing it and honest with ourselves, it's going to be bitter, sweet, and a rude awakening for them when they realize that it's going to be late for a lot of people. But for a lot of us that are seeing it and are aware to it, we'll be ready. Matt and I have been talking about this off screen, that, we all need to be ready, because we all will play a part in whatever's coming, because they're planning something, and the things that they plan are decades and decades in advance. They don't plan in years, they plan in decades. And whatever has been coming up to this, Bibi's been shouting about Iran since 1996. Here we are. Okay. And Trump had to be president right now, not in 20, not in 20. That was meant to be Biden. Biden pushed things. It's always this uniparty is invisible. It's behind. The left passes things when they're in power. When they have control of the House or the Senate, they're passing things. And then when it shifts, the pendulum goes the other way. And then Republicans pass things. But it all pushes us into the same authoritarian police state, control, where they will rule over us. And I think 100% Charlie was waking up to that. He would have known that more than anyone, having such like an inside view of it. And he would have known that, like, him trying to talk to JD Vance, talk to Trump, and then realizing, like, if he was around for Venezuela, Maduro, no release on the Jeffrey Epstein files, and then the real war in Iran, bro, give me a break. It would have been, in their mind, in their evil, sick, and twisted mind, they had to take him out. It's so obvious, because this too much is riding on it. The whole future of control of this global system that Israel's like the center of is riding on all of what's happening here.
What's really scary to me is when Steve mentioned the thing about Tyler Boyer saying that he's going to go ballistic on Epstein and Iran. And it just made me be like, those are the topics then. Like, that's what it was for.
Because it points to everything. That everything leads back to Israel. Everything leads back to the hidden systems that have been controlling us this whole time. We just didn't know it. I mean, like, it's the same systems that JFK ran right up against and took him out. Yeah, he was talking about Jeffrey Epstein, and he was going to out everyone and everything. And they called him and said, you need to shut up. And he's like, okay, I'm going to press pause. I'm going to trust my friends for now. Because then they tried to light him up on like the Daily Mail. And he's like, I didn't say I'm done talking about it. The next day, Charlie came on his show and he's like, I said for now. Okay. I just said it for now. I'm going to trust them. They said they're going to do their job that we elected them to do. Let's give them a chance to do it. Well, if he would have been left alive and realized that they weren't going to do it, can you imagine what he would have felt as someone so close to them that lied to him? Imagine how we felt, and we just voted for the guy. He like freaking knew them. He would have been pissed. And then this whole thing with Iran, I don't think that he actually won the debate with Trump. I think Bibi and Trump realized that they had to do the limited strike while Charlie was alive to keep him at ease. Right. If they would have gone too soon and pushed this full scale regime change with Charlie alive at the helm of Turning Point with all of his million subscriber platforms. So they appeased him and they're like, okay. We got that other thing we're planning. It's coming in September. Just limited strike. Don't worry, Bibi. I got you. We'll do this in November, December. That's my thought.
Crazy.
I got a question for both of you.
Yeah.
Well, Matt, it's kind of like your question that you asked me the other night about, why was this such a sloppy psyop? And I gave you my version of it, but I'm kind of just curious, like, is it to do with like the walls closing in on Charlie? And that they had to, this is something Mitch Snow and I talked about, they had to pull something together so fast that's why this psyop is sloppy? Or is it a combination of like God's also in control and made it sloppy this way too? Because I mean, where we're heading right now, I mean, they know they screwed up in this psyop. They know they screwed up. And I have a feeling come August, they're using all these negative energy, using astrological energies, of course, to do their demonic work.
Yeah.
We have the Lion's Gate coming up on 8/8, and I have a feeling they're going to pull something this fall.
They always plan things when in alignment with certain events, like astrological events, whether that be the summer, spring, is it like solstice or equinox? They do pay attention like to certain energies regarding like the solar system and the stars, for sure. There's that. Okay, but to answer your question, I think that a couple things. I think ultimately God is in ultimate control, but obviously the devil thinks like he has like temporary make-believe dominion. He's the prince of this world, right? And so I do think God's hand is working in this, which is outing things. But I also think by design, they want us to be like hating Israel for some reason. I don't know. I think that we'll see in time, because it benefits them if anti-Semitism's on the rise, because they can get more money for the ADL and for all of their different nonprofit and organizations to combat anti-Semitism and to see we're right. We are the most persecuted people group, and we need to be protected, and we should merge our militaries. I think that it's not just like an either or, it's like a both and. I think it's kind of like a little bit of everything, of why it's like sloppy, that God is involved. He's obviously taking part in helping to restore this nation. But I also think that they are playing another level of this game, because it's so many of the leaders of all of these countries that are involved, that we may not see it, but there's reasons why I think they're allowing and even stoking some of this to happen. What about you, Ash?
I don't know. I think they got cocky at Butler. And they needed to get rid of him, and they thought they were going to be able to use it like they used Butler, allegedly. That's what I think. And then I think they, nobody looked into Butler. Everybody just fell into it and didn't do a lot of research, and they shut it down, and it was just like over. I think they thought they were going to do the same thing with this, and they did not expect what came from it.
Do you think that they actually were trying to kill Trump?
No.
Do you think it was a fake assassination or a shot across the bow?
I think he did get shot.
Yeah.
I think it was a warning shot.
It's weird that his ear grew back.
It was like this whole staged thing. But it's like, how would they make that? I don't, it could be either kind of like with what's going on with Charlie. It could kind of be different things.
Correct. Right.
The flag lowering and the photographers, though, it's just like.
That's so sus. Yeah.
I don't know how to explain that any other way.
I think we can all agree, though, that no matter what we think, whether we think it was a shot, but it was a warning shot, or whether it was a staged event, which is where I believe it was a staged event, in my opinion. We can all agree, though, that something wasn't right that day. Okay. Something's not adding up. And we don't have all the answers about that day, but
yeah,
I will say
nobody did a full-blown investigation into it like this.
No. And that's what I agree with Matt.
Not like Charlie Kirk.
That's why I think it probably was staged, because if he actually was shot at and almost killed Trump and his ego, unless the other option is he's so afraid of Bibi, he's so afraid of the Adelsons, he's so afraid of Mossad that he's like not gonna look into it. But I think it definitely, with all the other things that happened with like the flag lowering, him getting up and cheering, and them not getting him off the X after he just got shot, the picture that was,
and you can tell the way that they're like covering him, they're like, oh.
Yeah. And did you guys see that a bunch of like Jewish rabbis in Israel after the fact were using Butler as a means to point to biblical prophecy being fulfilled? Because like the one that like points the way for the Messiah to come, like a non-Jewish, even though I think he might be Jewish, right? Like people are like, he's like the first Jewish president.
I mean, at this point, yeah.
But that his ear being pierced, like that's a thing, like in the prophecy, that his ear has to be clipped or pierced, and that they were all, go look it up. There's like a lot of rabbis actually said this, that it was a biblical prophecy being fulfilled. That's why there was like big billboards of Trump as Cyrus the Great, in Israel. And it looks like they used this also as a way, and who knows how they were promoting this in Israel to get people in Israel to really get behind Trump and be together, and like them merging our militaries now. Like all those decisions were already made like months, if not years in advance. Like this didn't just come to their brain recently, you know? So
And how crazy is it that that's the shirt Charlie was wearing when Trump won? Like, you can look back at that, which I feel like is kind of exactly what Charlie went through, except for his was real. And I mean, Charlie's just wearing it all the time.
What shirt?
Trump with his flag and, you know, the blood and everything. And it's just.
Which is interesting because he openly questioned what happened there. You know, he wasn't.
It was almost like Erika Kirk made these shirts and just was like, you're wearing this today. You're wearing this. Because you know how they said that he would have shirts and they would kind of dress him? He
didn't pick out his clothes. What's his name? So Danny Phillips and then that other guy with the blonde hair. He had like multiple executive assistants. One of them, it was his job to pick out his wardrobe. And so all Charlie would get to do is select from options of like 3 or 4.
Right.
And so those options were already pre-selected, which I guarantee were probably already going through like Marina Menez, Stacey Sheridan, Erika Kirk, Elizabeth McCoy. They were
all part of the psyop.
Yeah.
He's just the poster child. Here,
Erika's the one that is like, here, you need your phone today, even though it's the Sabbath. And I know it's so important to you. God told me, and it's like Butler. And now he has to tweet.
Crazy.
Shoot, dude. Yeah.
I think it's going to get pretty intense in the coming months, especially as we lead up to the midterms.
And for sure.
I just, like I said on your show the other night with Mitch, we got a good 4 years, 2030's coming, and we got to get our house in order.
Yeah.
And I think what their biggest fear is that Republicans and Democrats are not listening to the Fed slop and waking up and uniting. And that's their biggest fear. And that's, you know, again, like why my channel on YouTube is called Truth Over Paradigm. Like the paradigm's collapsing.
Yep.
And we have to unite. We're the people.
Yeah.
Just stop this left. I mean, sometimes I'll get comments.
The left crap.
The left or the right or this. It's the left. It's the right. I'm done. Like I get these crazy comments and they're like, well, you're the one who elected the orange haired guy. And I'm like, stop.
We all believed him. We believed it at the time. It was a different time. Yeah.
Yeah. Or then I'll get a conservative saying, oh, so what are you going to do? Switch sides now and go be a furry, you know, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, stop it, people. Just stop.
Yeah.
Like the fact that you're saying this just shows your low level of IQ.
Yeah.
And that you're still playing this division game and you're part of the problem.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
You're part of the problem. And and unfortunately, there's no space for this anymore for mentality like this. There's just not.
Yep.
And they're going to get a rude awakening. They really are. These people that want to play left versus right. Exactly.
It'll be interesting how they play it because I feel like the left is just sitting back right now, not capitalizing on all of this.
No, they're not.
Correct.
It's interesting. That's a good observation.
They're
like,
very
where are
silent.
they at? Now, okay, they could go back into the same people are pulling the strings for both sides. So they're obviously not going to pull strings against what's already imploding, or what are they waiting for?
I mean, they could be like watching us destroy ourselves, as a lot of the talking heads are saying, which I don't think that's what's happening. I think that there's a part of us that were never Trumpers, not us, but these people. They were never Trumpers, not true America First, not true MAGA. They were neocons, warhawks that jumped in and they took over MAGA, took over America First, like Ben Shapiro's, Mark Levin's, you know them, right? And then they're the ones that are like trying to say what MAGA and America First is now, support the wars. There's no real files. Nothing really happened there. And then there's all of us that were like, these were the things that they ran on that we cared about.
Yeah, we voted
Like,
for this.
yeah. And so we're like, this is BS. And we're like, fine,
Right.
you can have that like empty whatever party that you are calling the Republican Party. So I agree with Candace and Tucker that we should start a third party, but I think it should be encompassing of people that are like center and just left of center and right of center. That's where the majority of us are. The majority of us aren't on the extreme ends.
Correct.
That's the people that are in control. The people in control are the far right crazies and the far right left crazies. But the most of us with like that care about America and like have families and we love this country, we're right in the middle. We're like center, right of center, left of center.
Yep.
And they don't want that, because if we did that, they can't push the civil war that they've been programming for decades. And they much would rather have a civil war than a revolutionary war, because that's us uniting against them.
Right. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah. It's different in midterms. It's almost like I'm wondering like what's going to happen after midterms. Like, because actually Paramount Tactical, he was on something. Was it him? Yeah, I think he was the one. We were asking him on that live, like, okay, well, clearly they're not going to sue Candace because they haven't done it yet. And he goes, immediately, he just goes, oh, well, I mean, I don't know, but I think they're waiting until after the midterms because they have until December or January or something.
Wait,
and
who's going to sue? Who's going to sue?
Erika and Turning Point are going to sue Candace Owens. And they're just like waiting until after the midterms.
No, they're not.
And I'm like, what?
That's the same.
He said it so confidently that I'm just like, where are you getting this? Oh, and they're just like waiting for her to bring up more information so that they can like use it against her.
Do you want to know what he's also said very positively? Charlie was wearing a ballistic vest.
He did say that.
Charlie wasn't shot with a 30-06. There's no exit wound. He also said those are Erika's kids. He also said, I mean, like the list goes on, right? He said a lot of stupid things. So, I mean, yeah, I don't.
And their followers say a lot of stupid things too. So,
which is so sad. It shows. I bet a lot of them are fake. A lot of them are part of their bots. But there is quite a bit that I think are following them. Just like, you know, how many are at the Make Heaven Crowded event tours and the TPUSA tours that are like real Americans that actually still like love, follow, and believe in them. There's a good amount, sadly. I think there's a good amount that are, you know, misled and are cheering for them.
Someone, I think one of Gary's followers said to me, because Gary came after me this week.
That's a badge of honor.
It is. He said, well, he's like, who is this idiot? And then somebody said, oh, it's Matt Tucciarone. He ran for public office in Arizona and he's been arrested a few times and blah, 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 blah. And Gary writes, oh, thought so. I'm going to block him. He literally said that publicly on my post that he was going to block me. I'm like, dude.
On your post?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like,
he's
go for it, bro. Block me. Dude.
I've never showed up on any of his like comments or anything. He blocked me just for like doing shows because I've never like covered him or anything. Bronson got me unblocked to show up at one of the X spaces where he ended up not giving anyone a mic and not letting us talk. So we just stood there. And then like a couple of weeks later, he's having another X space and I go to join. He had blocked me again. I'm like, I don't even know. Like,
yeah. Well, one of his followers said to me something about the bullet, you know, the 30-06, right?
What did they say?
Well, they said, oh, it was Charlie's necklace that the bullet hit, so therefore it could not impede his neck. Like his necklace is what stopped the 30-06. Like, I'm just like, they will come up with anything.
Maybe that was the ballistic vest. It was the necklace was made out of Kevlar. That's what it was.
Yeah. Yeah. That the necklace is what stopped
the
bullet from going fully through.
2,000 something
the
pounds.
Bullet down.
No, that's what somebody was actually trying to say. It's like the Saint Michael's that was on the necklace? And I'm like, guys, there weren't even other charms on it. It's just the cross.
That day. It's just the cross. The one that Erika, The one that Erika had, the other one with all three, because she's
Mhm.
dangling them out the car when have you guys seen that freaking she's like this. Have
Oh
you
my
guys seen that when
gosh,
she like
yes.
leaves?
Erika did such a good redo of it. She's like just hanging out, like she's just like limp. It's so funny.
Like,
No, that new video of her hanging out like that blew my mind. I'm like, if they would have shown that day one, everybody would have caught on at that moment. We would have been like, what is she doing?
Wait,
That's
did.
insane.
We saw
No. The one where she's flopping out the window?
Yeah, that was live local news of her leaving the funeral home.
In front of the Quick Trip.
The one where they had just put out to her. She gets in the silver SUV and she's driving away and she's like hanging out the car. That was shown.
See that.
I know, but like if you go back, it's on some it's on some of the local news reporting, and I don't know that any of the bigger networks picked it up. But if
I never saw it.
If you go look at some of the local news in Arizona from that day, like that's what that's from. It's from a local news.
That's hilarious. I would have immediately just been like, whoa. Why?
Yeah, they were helping her. They were like,
she even like looks up to look at the camera and then flops back down. I'm like, this is insane.
Can I ask you a question? Well, first of all, no one would probably film themselves in the casket with their husband that was just murdered, or wife, or anything for that matter. That's like the weirdest thing. But do you ever, besides saying God bless you when your husband or wife sneezes, or girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever, do you say bless you?
No.
Bless you to your
weird.
Your husband or wife? That's like something you say, like bless you. Yeah, bless you to like someone that you're not really intimate with. It's just some of the things
is very weird and performative. Yeah. But I remember in the moment, I mean, we just weren't even paying attention to it.
So much was coming out too. And I think a lot of us, I wasn't focused on Erika in the beginning. There was no reason for us to yet. I didn't even watch her full speech all the way, of her, touching the chair, this chair.
Yeah, I know. I watched it and I was like, it was uncomfortable, but I was just like, well, she doesn't know what she's doing. She's never had to be in front of a camera before. She's going to suck.
Because by that time, that would have been like your second video that you'd ever seen of her. So you're not.
That was my first.
So for you, it's your first, right?
I didn't even know who she was before. I'd never even seen her.
Right. So that's what I mean, is that like for most people, this is like their first, second, or third time seeing her since the assassination. You have like the memorial, you have that event. Then she's on the show, seated on the show with Mikey McCoy and them talking. We don't really know, like, is this normal Erika? Like nobody really had enough data to make a good decision, right? And so like in ABA, you need a minimum of 3 data points to establish a trend. And so like that's what most people need anyway to kind of make an informed decision. You're like, okay, that could have just been a really, like, she just lost her husband. She's reading. Charlie was good on camera. This is new to her. And people were giving her like the benefit of the doubt. But then like as each month and each appearance went by, we were like, oh no, she's just really evil. And this is really off.
Yeah, this is not okay.
And now we're 11 months later, and we're more sure. Every time she goes on camera, every time she opens her mouth, what was it last week when she was like, it felt like last week. No, it felt like yesterday. No, it felt like today. Like she can't even.
Well, and she's starting to just repeat the same words now. Like you just hear her saying the same thing.
We call it bumper sticker Christian slogans.
Crazy.
Yeah, like you say Christianese.
She doesn't have anything else.
No.
This is all she has.
Yes. That's why she's reading off of somebody's script that wrote her, or off her little tablet that someone gave her. Go watch Charlie live. Like he either spent time writing his own scripts and memorizing them, or he just had it all. And he just was up there being himself and just never was looking down at anything.
He was reviewing things before. Like he was,
studying,
Andrew
preparing.
Colbett said that he called him right before so that they could talk about Mormon things, or
I don't know that was even
all of
true.
that. I know. I'm just like, but I do believe that he would be like, he had the notes in the SUV where they was clearly going over talking points, but then he's just going.
Yeah.
Not reading off of an iPad.
Yeah, an iPad.
Oh my gosh. It's just not, it never stops.
Who's that guy that Candace tore up this week?
Russell Johnson. Russell Johnson.
He was like,
He looks
he's like Dana Lash,
He's like this the
about
whole
the
time.
widow, but he's like screaming at the iPad. He's like, no.
Yeah, at the iPad. I know. I was like, are we gonna see this guy's face ever?
Did you guys hear the story that he told?
Or he was going off about Candace.
Well, hold on. Before that, do you know that how he even got connected to Charlie? Did you guys miss that part?
Yeah, I think I only saw the clips because I didn't want to watch any of it.
So Erika would find people, she'd be watching them, she'd be listening to them, and she would send them to Charlie and to the team and say, you need to network. You need to have this guy on. You need to connect with him. That was Erika. Eric, he said it on the stage.
Well, yeah, because that was all Faith, right?
Uh-huh. And why are they all Zionists? Why are they all people that are on the stage now saying all the things that is like in favor of Turning Point and all the against Candace? It's like all these people that Erika's handpicked.
Yep.
That's why I think she was like one of the handlers. I don't think Mikey was.
No.
I definitely think like Tyler Boyer, Andrew Colvett, Erika Kirk.
Yes.
She's the faith and wife component, PR component connected to like Hollywood media and Kairos and money. And then you have Tyler Boyer is connected to all the deep politician, in the different states handler. So he was surrounded by three people in different aspects of his life.
Yeah.
Yeah. If anything, Mikey's being handled.
Yes.
By his father.
Yes.
Okay. Let's
100%.
just put it. Let's 100% put it that way.
Yes.
Wifey seems like part of the club.
Elizabeth. Oh yeah. I mean, she may even be some sort of intel, something of some sort. I don't know. It looks like when you look at Benny Johnson's wife, when you look at Erika Kirk, and then you look at Mikey McCoy's wife, it's like these ladies, these women that get put in these men's lives and then they control them. Do you see when Benny Johnson's outside of the courthouse and his wife is behind him and she's like shooting him with daggers with their eyes?
Yes.
When he's up there, just like, it was a 4K high definition. You can see everything. And she's just like, you better say it. You better say it. And it's like, yes. And it's like, go ahead, Matt.
No. I didn't mean to cut you off, Matt.
No, you're good.
It's just they're
Maybe this
using.
is why all the crazy podcasters hate women so much. All the really dramatic ones that are just like, they're just terrified because they're like, they know what they are.
Well, I mean, that's what I was going to bring up was like they're using women just as they did back in the biblical days. Is they used women to do this,
to control men.
To control men.
Yep.
Well, why is it so easy to you guys?
Some men aren't real men.
Yeah, I just don't get how it could just do all it takes is, some blonde hair to show up.
And look what they did to a man that wouldn't be controlled.
Yeah.
They killed him.
They killed him.
They killed him.
Y'all are going to have to put your guard up a little bit more.
Yeah.
With,
It's just
the horrible psyops, because I'm honest to God, I'm so insulted that somebody as dumb as her has made it to the level that she's made it to, just because she's prying on vulnerable people, and she's not capable.
Well, that's
you should
actually
just be so much smarter than her.
Well, so that's actually the thing. They can't have smart, capable people in these positions. They pick people like Emmanuel Macron and Jeffrey Epstein that are not particularly intelligent, but have no ethics, no morals, and are dumb enough to just be controlled. They pick them this way. They're not gifted, talented, spectacular people. They're evil people that will do anything, and then they're put in other people's lives to control.
Yeah, because then maybe it would threaten whoever is at the top. Like they don't want smart people up at the top with them.
No way.
No.
Those people get killed.
Yeah. You got to get rid of them.
Yeah.
As we can see, case in point.
Yeah. Man. Oh my gosh, it's a 4-hour stream, you guys.
Where I'm at, it's 1 a.m.
Okay.
I'm sitting over here like
2 a.m. where I'm at.
All right,
Matt, can I just say on X, We have
Yes.
1,700 people watching us right now, and
No
just
way.
on my profile alone.
That's insane. Hold on. Let me pull up your profile.
I haven't even
And
been
I'm-
looking at any of this. You're so much better than me.
And Nikki's in the. She just found us.
Yeah.
Nikki said, "Love this and finding you all. Thank you. You all are doing amazing things." And
Yay.
thanks for a really inspirational podcast for Charlie and for us. Keep up this incredible work. So that's just some of the comments on X. But yeah, 1,700 people are in the house on X. So that's,
What's
good.
up, 1-2
Hold on.
a.m.ers?
Before I forget,
We're
you
not
guys,
Pacific.
I said I was going to share everyone's platforms so that, and I got to show Stu's and I'm going to show your guys's. So don't go until I show everybody's. And then you guys can go to bed. All right. So this is Truth Over Paradigm. This is Matthew Tucciarone's X Space. All right. You can head over to there if you're on X and give him a follow. All right. And then
Matt, my
Yes.
my handle's Tucciarone 2026. It is Truth Over Paradigm, but that's
here it is. Yeah, it's right there. It's right under his name. It's at Tucciarone 2026. All right. And then let me type in you've probably never sent me a message, huh? On X. You might have, Ash.
No, I think I'm just at real Honest Ash because somebody had Honest Ash already.
Okay.
And you have a YouTube too, right? Right,
Yeah.
Ash?
I do. It's brand new. I need to get better at doing it. Actually, just so you know, Matt, this is my first live that I've been a part of.
You're doing great.
So it's
You're
a
doing
big day.
Yeah.
for-
Awesome.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not 6 mil. I'm not Stu Peters 6 mil.
That's crazy.
There
That's
I
a
am.
lot. Okay.
I'll
Here's
have fun on
Honest
there.
Ash.
Yeah.
And she's at real Honest Ash. Okay. Give her a follow as well. See, I'm following both. Follow.
I'm all of y'all's just biggest cheerleader. That's the only reason
I'm
I'm
following.
here. I'm supporting both of y'all. I think the work that y'all do is great. I support Candace. I support Barron. I support the heck out of Stu. I support
Yes.
Mitch all day long.
Yes.
If I find the good guys, I am constantly clipping and posting them. So if that's what you're into, my channel's for you.
Yes. And when I type in Stu's stuff, he always has like a couple different ones that pop up. This is his main one though, right, Matt? Real Stu.
The Fort. Oh yeah, Stu.
If it's
at
Stu
Stu.
Peters without the blue check mark, that's his main one. But he also has the Stu Peters Network one
Okay,
as
hold
well,
on.
Which is for the show.
which is for the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stu Peters Network.
Yeah.
This one.
Mhm.
And I'm following that too. Yeah. And
Yeah,
that's
because
just
his main account has almost 1 million. So everybody in here,
Wow.
if you're not following Stu, go follow him and get him over 1 million because it's his 6 million anniversary. Go, go, go.
true. All right, now
And,
let's go ahead.
Good. And y'all, I'm 50 followers away on X right now from hitting the milestone of 10,000 followers.
Oh.
No way.
And
Wait.
Just want to let you all know that, like Stu Peters, I grew my X account organically. I never paid to boost it. I've never paid for marketing. And I want to hit 10,000 by my 40th birthday, which is this Monday. And
No way. Wait, when's your birthday?
August 3rd.
I'm August 5th.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Look, y'all are almost twins. Twins,
You're gonna-
Basil, twins.
Are you and we're both Matt. Are you turning 40 or 41?
40.
All right, I'll be 41.
It'll be
Oh, that's a
41.
big one.
Oh.
Happy birthday, Matt.
Yeah, you too, Matt. So yeah, y'all, I will never pay for marketing for X. I will
No.
always grow it organically. And whistleblowers need a platform. So I don't have any shame of saying that I'm proud of my followers and the amount of followers. And Stu platformed me on X. And so you know what? Whistleblowers need a platform. So anybody wants to come at me, come at me. I'm not grifting. Okay.
Right.
My payout was $30 last month. So I'm grifting hard.
Okay,
So
so this
paid.
is Matthew Tucciarone's YouTube page. It's called Truth Over Paradigm, and it's at Top Truther. Come over here and subscribe and click on his videos and like and leave a comment. It helps the algorithm when you do that, okay? And then what is yours, Ash, on YouTube?
It may just be Honest Ash It's either on everything of mine is either Honest Ash or Real Honest Ash. I actually got my start on TikTok, and then when Palantir bought the app, they were just shutting everything I was trying to do over there down. So then I moved over to X, and I love it a lot more. Yeah, so I've only got a few videos.
Okay.
My first video was actually interviewing Amy, Mitch's. I mean, she might as well be his wife, but yeah, I need to do better. But
It's okay.
if I have followers, maybe I will.
Yes. So
I just
come
put
over
everything on X.
and give her a subscribe on YouTube. And then for Stu, we have the Stu Peters Network on Rumble.
The Bob's Hog.
And then he had another one, right? Because watch, he has Stu Peters Network or
mainly Rumble.
Stu Peters Shorts, or is this one a different one? Right here.
It's gotta be.
I never know. There's so many.
He's
So either
mainly he'll go here and then live on X because I think he's been booted from YouTube. I think he's been booted from everything.
He
And he
has.
also has his shorts.
He has, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
He's
another reason
real.
why, like,
He's very real.
you did Stu a solid tonight too, like because he's been kicked off of YouTube, and
Yeah,
so
this
like
helps him get back on, kind of, right?
Yeah, you know, at least people on YouTube can now
Go over to
you know,
Rumble.
go over to Rumble.
Totally
and-
different. It's a totally different
Yeah.
audience. And so like when people
Yeah.
do Rumble, and that's the other thing, you guys, like a lot of these people at TPUSA and Graham Allen and these other people, they'll post things on Rumble that they don't post on YouTube.
Mm.
They hide things over there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So it's important to have both and to follow people that are only on Rumble. Don't follow Dan Bongino.
Absolutely not. I could never.
All
Ugh.
right. All right, you guys. I'm going to let you guys
Thank
hop
you
off.
so much. We
Yeah.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you guys so much. Okay.
Thank you. It was fun. Had a lot of fun.
Yes.
Ash, you are funny as hell. That's all I can
Yes.
say. You are great.
I
When
think
you-
I didn't even realize because I'm new here that you could like watch the comments the whole time. And then when I got in here, it was like Mitch was trying to be like, "We love her," and then somebody else said something else, and I was like, "Dude, I think I've been getting roasted in these comments the whole time." I don't care though. I'm pretty thick-skinned, so you know,
Yeah.
whoever didn't roast me, thanks, guys.
Yeah, like that's the other thing as you are, I mean, you already know like on X, but like on YouTube too, like you have your base supporters and you know like who to listen to and who not to listen to. Like people that just show up and they're just like hating and
I missed it all, so good for me.
You just let it
didn't
let it
even
roll
see it.
off of you. Yeah.
I don't care.
All right, you guys, I'm gonna let you guys go. Thank you
All right,
guys so
thanks.
much. Okay.
Bye.
Have a good
Bye.
night, y'all.
God bless you guys.
Happy
God
early
bless.
birthday to you both. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Ash.
Later, Matt.
Later.
All right, you guys. Okay, things went a little bit different than expected. Let me get to your super chats. I'm so far behind. Let's see. Students. Okay, I did that one. Thank you, Common Sense Collective. Thank you again for the gifts. Jules, thank you, Going Max. Thank you. See, oh, why is Mitch here? I'm behind. Mitch Snow. Mitch Snow was supposed to be here. He's in the thumbnail. That's why Mitch Snow is here, right? Seaside. I don't know if you're still here. Sorry if you're not here. Mitch Snow was supposed to be here. It was Mitch Snow, Matthew Tucciarone, and Honest Ash. That was tonight's show. What's crazy is I don't believe in cremation. Correct. But what is that? Charlie wasn't Jewish. And neither is Erika. Right? Am I missing something? Were you talking about Charlie being cremated, right? Erika and Charlie weren't Jewish. All right, whimsisms. I'm stoked for Stu. I love that he's popping on to random streams. Really shows his commitment to hearing from the people. I agree. I mean, that was the coolest thing. Yeah, I like Stu a lot. He's got so much, he's similar to Charlie in that regard, that he's got like so much information in there that he can just, and like Tucker Carlson, he can just like monologue for like forever and like coherently make just amazing sense and just like hit down points. I wasn't bored at all when he was talking. That's why I didn't interrupt at all. And I was like, yep. I mean, he was just on fire. So, all right. Map, what happened to Matt friends with Matt? Did he lose his mind? No comment. I think so. The noses match. Oh, on Dan Flood. Yes, the noses did match on Dan Flood. I agree. Amber's alert or Amberl's alert became a member. Thank you for becoming a member. That looks like a crab crawling. A crab crawling. The person on the roof? The person on the roof looked like a crab crawling. What else did we play? What other videos did we play? I think it was the person on the roof. Mystic, thank you for the 10. You gave 5. And you gave 5. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. And then thank you, Stargazer Forever, for the 5 gifted memberships. Why hasn't TPUSA told Erika to be quiet? She sucks. Yeah, she does suck. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, part of like this, like the worst psyop in history is like they want it this bad. Like, there's like things like never let a good crisis go to waste. No such thing as bad press. Like, they want us dividing. They want us fighting. They want us talking about them. I don't know. Sure is not good. They're sucking at this every day that they get up and decide to go to work. Candace said the FBI took all their clothes in boxes. Does anyone think that Kash Patel or greatest ally is keeping for blackmail if needed for anyone, if anyone talked? Interesting. Or they disposed of it. They got it from everyone because all the people that would have touched Charlie would have that explosive residue from the road mic on their clothes, and they had to dispose of them before any other agency showed up and put them into evidence, my opinion. Beth Scott Network, thank you for becoming a member tonight. Alpha Female, we got some are speculating that the call came from Charlie Kirk's phone as an iOS setting to call 911 after an accident. Why? Oh, the phone call in the car. Interesting. No one in the car called 911. Charlie's phone called 911, and they heard people in the background saying, "Get that off of him." That's interesting. That's interesting. Especially if, I mean, I'm pretty sure. So one of them was on the phone with Ben Shapiro. That only leaves like one other person with a hands free to call anyone. And I don't see Dan Flood calling, or Frank Turk never said he called 911. So yeah, I think it could have been Charlie's phone. That's a good point. Joe Filicetti, I still want to know how Frank was on a Zoom call the whole time after putting the phone in his back pocket, but then had scrubs on and also called Butch Hibbs' brother shit. Yeah, he's a shady MFer. I think the point is that none of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. And I don't think that when they told their initial stories, they thought all of this was going to be heavily scrutinized, that all of these different social media individuals were going to be breaking down every moment of their speech or their appearance and putting it back together with what actually happened on that day or what was supposedly happening on that day in the car. I don't think they accounted for how much we were going to care about everything and how much time we were all willing to put into this. Most people, when crises happen, they pay attention for a little bit, and then the next crisis comes and people move on. And I think they were counting on that. So thank you for the 1,000 jewels, Lindsay Meredith. Thank you for becoming a member, Beth Scott Network. And then we have Pete's Stronach. Pete Stronach. I don't know. I'm so bad at this. Your crew seen Project Constitution Slater show dropped this morning with a guest. Very, very interesting. Check it out. Guest's name is Ollie. Okay, I'll check it out. I did not see it. I was working all day. Ocean Unknown Mysteries. Thank you for the clapping seal. Joe Filicetti, Mitch, if you get a new job and they offer you a company pager run, I'll tell them you said that. That's hilarious. 10 Jules, thank you for our Ocean Unknown Mysteries. Thank you for the gold coin. Okay, to any one of the five, if it goes to trial, are there limits to what the defense can subpoena? Footage from glasses, all SDs on this, Lance on the stand, mic recordings, AES contract Department of Navy and Department of Navy crane. So I don't think, because Lance was brought up in the prelim, if the prosecution doesn't call him in the trial, I don't know that the defense. I mean, Utah's got a lot of weird laws. I can't copy. Wait, can I copy and paste this? Let's see. No, I can't copy and paste this. Let's see if I can. Nope. I was going to copy and paste it into chat and see what it said. Joe Filicetti, I want to know why the person on the roof didn't run a straight line to where he got into the prone position. He ran off to the right side and then did that military maneuver to the left like he knew he would be trained. Yes, I agree. Yeah. I mean, there also is, let's see. Let me take some of these off of here. If I go here, where was it? It was on Muppet Masher. Let me scroll down. All right, let me share here. Make sure it's on. Boom. Actually, let me make it bigger. Oh, let me take this off the screen. Add to screen. Wait, if I go, hold on one second. And then let me make this bigger. There we go. And then let me press play and we can watch what he does. Oh, no, I'll tell you why. He had to run around that thing. So this is a hole in the roof. Okay. He had to run around that to get over here. But I don't know that this is the right. I don't know. Hold on. Let me hit play. So I agree. It's like it's weirdly pixelated around him. It can't be perspective. That building is not there in the real. Like, let me pull up real quick again. Google Earth. Let me just show you why he had to run around that. Okay. Let me get this off. Let me share. All right. Watch. All right. So as it comes around. Okay, first of all, there is no building that matches that building. Right. So here's the stairs right here in this corner where these people are standing. Stairs comes over here. There's a railing. Can you see my little pink? It's so tiny. That sucks. On my thing, it's so much bigger. Climbs over this. Okay. When he gets to here, he has to run around these empty spaces right here. Okay. This is empty. He'd fall through. So he has to run around that over to here. But what's really telling is that none of these buildings over here match the windows that we see. I don't know how it could be perspective at all, because the camera is right here on this corner of this building, on this side of the parking lot. Let's see if you can see my little. You can kind of see it if I go big circle. Here it is. All right, that's the camera. And so they zoom in, and it's not this building because this has these slits on these like little grated things on top. That's not it. Because like, let me go back. So just to show you what it looks like. I don't know what building that would be. Wait, it could be. Oh, it could be this building. It could be this building right over here, way off in the distance. But that's really weird how it could make it. Let me hit this again. 1 second. Boom, boom. Hold on. Oh, sorry. It let me turn it last time. It's not letting me turn it this time. Sorry, I'm not trying to jerk you guys around on here. It could be this building out here. That's what these windows are. It doesn't have anything on top of it. But that's so weird that it's not like it's showing it as if it's like right here to the left of it's showing it like it's right there. And like this looks like a shadow being cast from this building, because this is just one of the holes of the triangular holes, right? Right here, there's one. Okay, maybe it wasn't a shadow. There's 1, 2, 3 triangular holes right there. Like if I go up right here, see 1, 2, 3. These are just holes, and it goes down into the ground. Okay, and that he would have to. So here's the staircase. He comes up here, climbs over. He's running out here. He's got to, well, actually, he could have just ran straight and then over. It does look like he runs this way and then cuts across, which is strange. Oh my gosh, I wasn't showing it to you at all. Oh my gosh, so sorry, guys. It's late. It's like a 4-hour stream. I'm so sorry. I didn't show any of the things I was trying to show you guys. That's a bummer. Bad form. These are the holes. Okay, so sorry, guys. This is the stairs. Okay, he could have ran straight over to the position there, but he ran at an angle and then cuts across. So, yeah, I'm so sorry I left that on the big screen the whole time. Hopefully you guys aren't too mad at me. All righty. Let me go to the next super because I got to catch up. I'm so far behind. It's not like I have to wake up and go to work tomorrow. What a day. Yeah. You know, God, like where one door closes, God opens another. And, you know, this is obviously something that we had been praying about as a family and talking about like when the right time to do it would be. And we were thinking like 3 more months. But I don't think it's good for anyone to stay at a job where they don't value you and trust you. And, you know, yeah, I don't want to say too much. So, yeah. All right. Mystic Gypsy, Honest Ash, I just want to thank you and give you mad props for your takedown of Gary meltdown on X the other night. You were brilliant. Sorry, you guys, I didn't get to read these in real time. You saw the pace of the show. hopefully you understood and you're not mad at me that I wasn't able to do what I normally do, which is I read periodically as the show goes on. Tonight was a totally different flow with that many people, and then Stu coming on. So hopefully nobody's mad at me that some of these are probably written to people that aren't here right now, and that wasn't intentional. I was trying to manage everything and kind of let it flow. So hopefully you guys aren't mad at me. Stu, thanks so much for joining us tonight. It's an honor and privilege to welcome you as a BLB VIP guest. I agree. Super cool. And hopefully, he said he really enjoyed it and can have him back on. And yeah, I like Stu a lot. He's freaking awesome. We got Mystic Gypsy again. Tootsie, thanks for joining us and making tonight happen. You're a fan fave for obvious reasons, aka you're the best. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I love Matt. Brenda Marie, great gathering tonight. It's possible Brian Harple was referencing the hospital's chief of staff. Most hospitals have a chief of staff on duty. They may have been with Brian trying to direct what, when, and how. So vice president had to intercept. Could have been Mikey McCoy, the chief of staff of Turning Point. Doubt it, but I'm sure that's what they're going to say tomorrow. If anyone finds out that Stu on Rumbles broke this tonight, they might come out and be like, no, that was Mikey, chief of staff. I think it could have been the actual chief of staff to the vice president, or it could have been, the chief of staff to the hospital. I think that's a plausible explanation as well. A guy coming into the stairs has a umbilical hernia. The guy, Eagle Boy, because of how he's walking down the stairs. I don't know. I think that he's walking like that to make it look like he has a gun in his pants. That's what I think. This is making the hair on my neck stand up. You are all awesome. Mitch, Stu, please look at Project Constitution's guest show today. Stu, really? All right. Well, now that's the second time you said it. I'm definitely going to look at it. I'm listening from Australia, by the way. What do I care? But still shivers, right? Screw the deep state. No, I think that what's happening here is happening in all like Western democratic countries. The same agendas and legislation and tactics that they have been doing here, they're doing in Ireland, they're doing in England, they're doing in Germany, France, in Australia, in Canada. They're doing it everywhere because they're trying to destroy the West. And I think that obviously the United States represents Rome to Bibi. He said that much. I also think the West in general probably represents Rome to them, and they want to get rid of it all or control it all. So Artifacts Memoir, love all of y'all. Crisis King, what up, dude? I was so far behind. Not the Fuentes impression. Yeah, he can't help it. His true nature comes out. Stu is a legend. Yeah, he is, dude. Stu is a legend. Do I need to come help y'all with your AV? It wasn't mine. Mine was good. I think Stu had some either bad internet connection, and Matt kept coming in and out. His thing kept popping in and out. I noticed too. What up, Crystal? Thank you for the happy poop. Big Kid, thank you for the jewels. Thank you for more jewels. Mic drop. We got Artifacts again. Mustache Man. Who are we talking about? Who were we talking about when we were talking about Mustache Man? Oh my gosh, who are we talking about? It's like on the tip of my brain. Mustache Man. Oh no. It'll come to me. I'm driving faster. Thank you for the laughing disco. Thank you for the eagle. Where are we? Oh, nope, that's the last one. The Roz Rodriguez, thank you for the flower. Joe Filicetti, you're appreciated here, Matt. I think that was to Matt Tucciarone, probably, right? I agree. Project Nexus, thank you for the $3. It probably didn't let you write something. Artifacts Memoir, Matt, having felt the same things at TPUSA, I understand where you are. Cheers to trusting God. Christ is in control. Proud of you for your faithfulness. He'll appreciate that. I'll let a lot of them know to come and watch some of the things that you guys wrote, and I'll relay a lot of this to them. Okay. Let's go to the next one. Lover of pretty things. It's my birthday on the 31st. So in an hour and a half, but you need an early birthday gift. XO, stay strong. You will find a better job. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Maybe on like my members live, I can talk about it more. But it kind of, it was a real bummer. Yeah. If I talk about it at all, I'll talk about it on like a members live. Celia Roberts, trust God's plan to remove you from that work situation. 100%. I immediately called my father-in-law and my brother-in-law and spoke to them on the way home, and then sat in the car before I came in and prayed, and then came in and told my wife, and took a shower like so fast, ate like so fast, and got on the show. And like, look how amazing the show turned out. Look at the attendance, still 3,000 still here. So amazing. And then Stu showing up, and Mitch was here, and Matt and Ash. Total answer to prayer. Also, sometimes you have to take a step in faith even before, because that's what faith is. Faith isn't making the decision when you have the security and the assurance. Faith is taking the step that God will provide that. And so in the moment, in that room, I had the opportunity to stay in a very unhealthy and toxic work situation where I was unappreciated and not being treated well. And so I, knew right away that that wasn't where God wanted me. And I'd been praying about this anyway for months as to when would the right time be. And I felt that in that moment, like I offered to give 2 weeks too. Like I was like, that's the kind of employee I am. I know that you might need someone to train the next clinical supervisor, and that you guys are short staffed, and that would hurt the families and the clients. And so maybe you should talk to scheduling and your clinical director before you make the decision. So, and they're like, no, we're good. I was like, okay. All right. Take care. Bye. Let's go to the next one. You are needed for bigger things now, Matt. Thank you, Janice. I appreciate that. That means a lot. Lena, is there any truth to the rumor that Charlie Kirk was going to buy TikTok? Amazing show. Thank you. No. It was just purchased by pretty much Israel. They're not going to let Charlie Kirk buy TikTok. Come on. No, I hadn't even heard that rumor, but just from my own thoughts, no. Was it Larry Ellison, right? He just bought it, basically Israel. So Laura loves 1214. While you have a little time, dig into the books that were hidden from us, especially Enoch. Congrats on your new God-led adventure. Thank you. I appreciate that. And the other cool thing is that like I'm doing this with my family. So like had like our first like conference call meeting on the way home from work with I called my dad, I texted my brother-in-law, and then he called me. I'm like, Dad, I'm going to patch in Micah. Hold on. And I patch in my brother-in-law, And then I patched them in, and we're like talking, and I'm telling them everything that happened. And then, yeah, it's good to have good people in your corner and family. So it'll be what did you call it? A God-led adventure for all of us. So Brett Booth, what up, man? Remember what I told you months ago, Matt? We got our marching orders back in September. You're ready. Go Max. Thank you, Brett. Brett's an amazing person that I've never met in person. Some of the people that have actually become so like amazing parts of my like almost everyday life now through like DMs and like phone calls and messaging. People like Mystic and Brett and Matt and Mitch and Ash are people I've never met in person, but people that you know, I don't know that I could be doing this without the support collectively. Even and then Renita, Dulcinea, Crystal Smolin, Bree Baby X, even though she hasn't been here in a while. We had Glenn Coco, MRK Perspective, and then all of like there's so many members too that aren't mods, but they like email me, and their emails like mean so much to me. Comments that you guys leave. I haven't had a lot of time to, like I used to be so on top of being able to like them all, thumbs up them all, respond to most of them that I could. But I was, I can't fall behind in my work. And so that was one of the things that I just didn't have time for at the end of the day, but now I will. So stay tuned. You'll be hearing from me in the comment section. I will be responding to all of you. And so, like I said, God opens a door. Thank you, dog and cat parent, for the nap. Whimsism, little behind, just heard about your job. Thank you. God always has your back when you are working in his name. God bless. Thank you, Whimsisms. I appreciate that. I agree. Nicole Page, thank you for the high five. Honey Butter, thank you for the sparkles. Shirley T, thank you for the 6-7. Joanne Simon, thank you for the high five. Zamet, what is up? If Tyler Robinson had been Oswalded, no emergency pavers, no Candace, no nothing, etc., like JFK. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. That's how you know it was like that was the goal. That was the plan in the beginning, like 100%. I'm so glad you're here, Zamet. Good to see you. It's good to see familiar faces. Ocean, Known Mysteries, thank you for the thumbs up. And we got Just Jessica, high five. What comes from the heart will provide. High five. Thank you so much, Jessica. And here we go. Joe Filicetti. That was to you saying that your job you quit didn't appreciate you. I was saying we all appreciate you. Oh, that was to me. Thank you. Thank you. I never want to assume that something's about like me. Especially we had another very important person on the show, and his name was Matt. So thank you, Joe Filicetti. That's really nice. Let me finish reading what you're saying. I was saying we all appreciate you and what you do here. Thank you, man. Thank you. Here we go. Ocean Unknown. Thank you for the party hat. Thank you for the chili. Thank you for the silver star. And thank you for the floating heart. And we are all caught up, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys so much. Vasiliki, what's up? Vasiliki, thank you for the tip on, or it was Dulcinea or Vasiliki on the tip on how to post the most effective ways on X. We are implementing your guys' suggestions and comments. Make it to me, and I appreciate it. And take your advice. So, all right, you guys, if I haven't even done this once tonight, if you guys haven't done so already, can you please do me a favor and hit the like and the subscribe? I really appreciate it. It's one of the best ways to help support a channel. Also, you can like write a comment in the video after it posts. You could even just do like emojis like thumbs up or like party hands or like a party hat or, raise the roof. And then you can also hype it for free. Those are the best ways that are free to support a channel. I haven't done this in a while, but if you guys want to donate, you can support me through buymeacoffee.com/the Black Line Brief. You just scan the QR code, or you can type that in, or you can do it at donate here at the Black Line Brief Venmo account at Matthew-McKim-2, or you scan the QR code. All right. All right, you guys, let's see. Hold on. I think I have something to share from about Charlie. That's not it. This is it, I think. Please don't make me download it. Gosh, I hate it when it does this. Crystal, you sent me a video of Charlie. Can you just email me that video? It's not going to let me play it unless I download it in real time right now. You wanted to know where the footage was being taken from. Compare a few key things. The flagpole type object. Let me see. Let me click on this. Okay. So never before seen rooftop footage plus rookie. Oh, I'm not showing this because I didn't. All right. I'll look into that later. Sorry. I was trying to pull up the video. Man, let me find one because I never not do one at the end. Even though it's like 4 hours, my butt is so sore. Let's see. What's a good one? History. Let's pull down, scroll down. Let me find. This one was good. This one was really good. Let me add this to the screen real quick. Wait, Matthew Tucciarone's still here? He didn't log off. Oh, he's not there, but I mean. I'm just going to play like a little bit of this because I am pooped. I need to eat. All righty.
You've probably seen all the news with Kanye West going on out there, which is great development. You saw the Trump's approval ratings jump from 11% to 22% amongst black males, which is absolutely amazing. So we have our communications director is a total superstar. It's a young lady named Candace Owens. Have you heard her name once or twice?
Yes.
She's our communications director at Turning Point USA. And one tweet by Kanye West that said, "I love the way Candace Owens thinks," totally broke the internet. And there's a real movement happening in this country, folks, because the leftist media and the schools, they've way overplayed their hands. They have attacked our values for far too long. They have tried to single out those of us that believe in free speech, that believe in the Second Amendment, that believe in the Constitution. And middle America is rising up. I'm telling you, middle Americans, like the people in this room, and the 6 million members of the NRA, we're not going to take it anymore. We are not going to allow the New York and Malibu elites, as I like to call them, continue to dictate that middle part of America. And there's really something special happening. And you see it with the president. You see it with the results, which, by the way, I believe President Trump is going to go down as the most successful president of our lifetime. I really believe that. I believe that President Trump is going to go down as the most successful president. So some thoughts I wanted to leave with you here today is so really important. First of all, there is no First Amendment without a Second Amendment. Make no mistake. You can't pick and choose your freedoms. You either have freedom or you don't. The Founding Fathers knew exactly what they were doing when they wrote the Second Amendment. They needed an amendment to protect all the other amendments. They put in the Second Amendment to protect us against government tyranny. Now, that's not always a popular thing to talk about in the media, but if you look at the 20th century, it is riddled with examples of governments gaining way too much power and using that power against the citizens. There is no First Amendment without the Second Amendment. The other thing that is extremely important to remember is once you give up your rights and your freedoms, don't expect to get them back. Once you give up your freedoms, do not expect to get them back. Because to use the own quote from the March for Our Lives, one of the speakers said, "If you give us an inch, we are going to take a mile." Direct quote. If you give us an inch, we are going to take a mile. So once you give up your freedoms and liberties, do not expect to get them back, because we are up against a group of individuals that are going to use the rest of their lives and all their resources to try to take.
Okay, so this is from 2018, but now when he says the left, think about who we really know is running everything, and put that in context. So when I hear him talking about who is gonna, control us, and I'm thinking about who we know now.
Our freedoms and liberties away. Now, mind you, these are liberals. They say, oh yeah, we hate guns. They walk around with armed guards. We hate borders. They live in gated communities. We hate we hate school choice, but we send our kids to private schools. The liberals are the most hypocritical people you could possibly imagine. They want to tell us how to live our lives, and yet they live a completely different life for themselves. And
wait, can you guys do me a favor? We have like 2,980 people here. We have 978 likes. Come on, we can do so much better than that, you guys. Can you just hit the like and subscribe before we end? I'm pooped, you guys. It's almost a 5-hour live. You guys are awesome. I thank you guys so much for, we just got another gift. Silver Star. Thank you, Ocean Unknown Mysteries, for the Silver Star. Do me a favor, you guys. Please hit the like. All right. It really is the best way to help support the channel. We can get 2,000 likes. We have 978. We have 2,999 people here. That's 2,000 people that need to just beep, 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 beep. Hit that like. All right, you guys. I love you guys so much. Thank you for all the love and support. Here's the other thing. Stay tuned for. I will be doing 3 shows a day. Maybe starting tomorrow. They're not going to be long like my evening shows. My morning shows will be like an hour and a half. I'll take a break. I'll do like an afternoon show for like an hour and a half. And then I'll prep for the evening show, which will be like the normal time, like a 7 to 10, like 3-hour show. All right. So there'll be more of me. And I know that a lot of this community is at different time zones around the world. And not everyone can always catch the live at this time of the day or the night. This will allow for more members of this community to view and participate in the live chat and get to watch me live. So you get more of me. Hopefully that's something you want. You're going to get it either way. But all right, you guys. Love you guys so much. God bless you guys. Thank you for all the love and support. Thank you for your prayers. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.